morning. Welcome to the Board of Water and Power Commissioners meeting. Today is Tuesday, December 8th. This proceeding is broadcast on Channel 35. The exact broadcast times can be found by contacting Channel 35. General Counsel?
Good morning. Pursuant to Governor Newsom's executive order of March 17th of this year, this Board of Water and Power Commissioners meeting is being conducted remotely. All of the commissioners are appearing from remote locations, as are the staff members. Also pursuant to Governor Newsom's order, all public comment will be taken by teleconference. People desiring to provide public comment can call the public comment line. That number is 213-306-3065. Again, that number is 213-306-3065. When prompted, please enter meeting code 146-469-1530. Again, 146-469-1530. You will be provided 2 minutes of speaking time per item, up to a total of 5 minutes for all items that you speak on. The board secretary will identify you by name if possible, and if not possible by name, then by the last 4 digits of your telephone number. When speaking, please identify the item number that you are speaking on, and if you are watching this on a computer, please be sure to turn down the volume, otherwise we will have feedback and will not be able to hear you, or you will be repeating yourself. With that, I turn it back over to you, Madam Secretary, for roll.
Commissioners, please say present. Commissioner Berard?
Present.
Commissioner Lair? Commissioner Lair?
Present.
President McLean-Hill?
Present.
Commissioner Neiman Brady? Commissioner Neiman Brady?
Present. Sorry, for some reason I was double muted. Thank you. Present.
Vice President Reyes?
Present.
5 members present and a quorum. Opening of the board meeting by President McLean-Hill.
Thank you, Susie. And before beginning the meeting, I simply want to thank all of the people involved in arranging for our first ever all virtual board meeting. It's quite a technical feat. I know there are lots of moving parts, and you got notice that we were doing it this way very late, so I very much appreciate it. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to take this opportunity to rearrange the meeting and to move item number 11 to the top. It gives me great pleasure to welcome back to our board meeting former board president Mel Levine for this special award of his resolution. But for these very strange times, we would be all together convened in a room with a beautifully appointed and framed document befitting the stature and the significance of our former board president. That resolution will be forwarded to him, and at some point in the future, now that there is a vaccine coming, I hope that we will be able to convene and take appropriate pictures and appropriately acknowledge Mel. In the meantime, I would like to read the resolution for the record. It begins, whereas the Honorable Mel Levine was appointed to the Board of Water and Power Commissioners by Mayor Eric Garcetti to serve as president and was confirmed by the Los Angeles City Council on September 11th, 2013, was reappointed by the mayor and reconfirmed on August 19, 2014, and again on June 25th, 2019. And whereas Mr. Levine is counsel in the law firm Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher, named one of the 100 most influential lawyers in America, and has been consistently recognized by his peers as one of the best lawyers in America in the area of administrative and regulatory law. And whereas Mr. Levine served as a member of the United States Congress from 1983 until 1992, where he served on the Committee on Foreign Affairs, the Committee on the Interior and Insular Affairs, and the Committee on the Judiciary, and he served as a member of the California State Assembly from 1997 to 1982. And whereas Mr. Levine's impact and service in Los Angeles, California, and beyond is also reflected in his service on the advisory board of the Goldman School of Public Policy at the University of California, Berkeley, Director of the Pacific Council on International Policy, the United States Chair of the United States Israel-Palestinian Anti-Incitement Committee, and presidential appointment to the United States Holocaust Memorial Council. And whereas Mr. Levine provided leadership as president of the board for an unprecedented 7 years, increasing sustainability, equity, and value to all Angelenos. And whereas Mr. Levine, in his historic tenure on the board, shaped the City of Los Angeles' role as a leader on clean energy, significantly reduced Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's greenhouse gas emissions by exceeding LADWP's carbon dioxide reduction goals 14 years ahead of California's schedule for 2030, spearheaded the electrification of the City of Los Angeles' transportation network, and guided the Eland Solar and Storage Center Agreement, the nation's largest combined solar battery system. And whereas Mr. Levine provided environmental stewardship on the Owens Lake Depth Control Project that led a landmark settlement agreement for the City of Los Angeles and Owens Valley stakeholders, championed water conservation, and secured Los Angeles' water supply future by promoting Operation Next that will provide up to a third of the city's water supply and help meet LADWP's goals to source 70% of water locally by 2035. And whereas Mr. Levine ensured that all Angelenos' voices and opinions are heard, and that no Los Angeles resident is left behind in the establishment of a new green economy that will generate new skilled jobs in the greater Los Angeles region. And whereas the loss of Mr. Levine's sound judgment and leadership on the board and at the City of Los Angeles will most certainly be felt. Nevertheless, his devoted service to protecting the environment and promoting a sustainable future for all Angelenos will continue long after his departure from the board. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the board, on behalf of the management of this department, its employees, and the residents of the City of Los Angeles, thank Mr. Levine for his dedication and commitment to public service. Be it further resolved that the board secretary be instructed to place this resolution in the minutes of this board as a permanent record, and that an engrossed copy of this resolution be presented to Mr. Levine in recognition of his unwavering dedication to public service in the city. I hereby certify the foregoing is a full, true, and correct copy of a resolution adopted by the Board of Water and Power Power Commissioners of the City of Los Angeles at its meeting held on December 8th, 2020. In order to make that true, I'd like to entertain a motion for adoption.
I so move.
I second. Susie, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Berard?
Aye.
Commissioner Lair?
Aye.
President McLean-Hill?
Aye.
Neiman Brady?
Aye.
Vice President Reyes?
Aye.
5 ayes.
Thank you. The motion, the resolution is adopted. And Mr. Levine, I'm happy to give you the floor, although I must tell you, upon reading the resolution, I feel like such an underachiever. It will take me at least another 20 years to begin to measure up to the standard that you set, not here, but across the country. I was so proud to have served with you and am so humbled by the opportunity to carry on your good work at this board. Please, would you share with us a few remarks?
Mr. Levine?
I know, on your favorite medium, the WebEx.
Mr. Levine, can you unmute your...
How's this? Does this work?
That works.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Madam President, it may take you 20 years, but I'm 20 years older than you, so it shouldn't be a problem. These resolutions, as I recall fondly, are known for understatement. That was quite elaborate, and I'm very flattered by it and very appreciative of it. I think I was given a lot of credit for a lot of things where my involvement was peripheral at best. I have just a few thoughts. I know you've got a lengthy meeting, and I don't want to extend it substantially. I was focusing on when the mayor called me shortly after he was elected and asked me if I would be willing to serve on a city commission. And I said, well, what do you have in mind? And he said, well, water and power. And I said, well, I don't know very much about the inner workings of water or power. And he said, well, don't worry about that, you'll learn. Not that I ever became nearly as versed in the subtleties of all of these issues as many of my fellow commissioners and certainly the staff. But the experience for me was an extraordinarily enjoyable and educational one. I learned just enough to be dangerous and really fell in love with the department. And how could you not? And I know all of the other commissioners have had the same experience I did, regardless of how familiar you were with the department when you were appointed. Commissioner Reyes actually worked in the department, so she knew more about it probably going in than all the rest of us combined. But it is an extraordinary place, and I won't go into the potentially emotional detail that I could, but I know all the commissioners share this view. Our staff is second to none, from the most senior members, from the GM to the most junior people on the staff. I mean, all we need to do is look at how this staff responded in the context of this awful pandemic and the extraordinary accomplishments that are made on a daily basis under the most grueling conditions at times that DWP comes through with. I thought about naming the people who I adore. I won't do that. It's a long list, but it includes all of the people that are ordinarily sitting around the table that I guess is pretty empty today. I do want to salute one particular person. Early on when I was appointed, and actually I think before I was confirmed, the then GM Ron Nichols approached Bill Funderburk and me and said, we've got some problems with regard to Owens Lake. We've had a conflict up there for decades, and the relationships between our staff and their staff are so bad that we're going to require commissioner-to-commissioner negotiations if there's any hope at resolving that. And I'm going to ask our lawyer who deals with these issues to brief you. Julie Riley showed up at my law office with some maps that are still in my law office. Actually, I haven't been in my law office for the last 9 months, but little did I realize when Julie first came in to brief me that we would be working side by side for years dealing with these issues. The city attorneys in general are superb. Brajovich is fantastic. I've relied on him regularly. And Julie was really our partner and continues to be. No one is more knowledgeable with regard to the subtleties of these issues or more effective and a better lawyer. And I want to thank her for all of the help that she gave me, both during those years and subsequently. I also want to do a special shout out to the one commissioner who has outlasted me on the board. I love Jill Barad. Everybody who knows her does love her. Jill and I and Funderburk
Christina.
Yes, no, Christina was already there. When Christina when Jill and Michael Fleming and Funderburk and I were appointed, we joined Christina on the board, and from that grouping through the current grouping, I want to salute Mayor Garcetti's extremely good judgment in appointing such superb board members. He did it then. I will not speak for my own appointment, but for the others, he's done it since then. I want to close with one personal aspect of all of this upon my retirement that I find especially pleasing, and I want to share. I want to provide a slightly circuitous route to that to share with all of you. I'm sure you will all remember, if you were following the presidential primary campaign, now Vice President-elect Kamala Harris's comment about I was that little girl with a political message attached to it. I mention it because of an experience that leads me to something very similar to that. Between my being in undergraduate school and being in law school, I was a graduate student at Princeton in the mid-1960s, and I was sent to Central America to do a master's thesis. When I was there, I interviewed some of the most prominent business leaders in all of the Central American companies. And in El Salvador, I tracked down a person who was revered in his community by the name of Enrique Gutfreund. It took me a while to track him down. I finally did. I met him at his office. At the time, I was staying in a quasi-hotel where I recall that my room and board was $1 a day for the room plus 3 meals. And it actually wasn't so bad. But when Enrique Gutfreund said to me, "Where are you staying?" I said, "At the such and such place. I'm paying $1 a day. It's a great bargain." He said, "Well, you have to come to dinner at my house." And I did go to dinner at his house. And in the course of the dinner, he said, I have a 19-year-old son. He's got a large bedroom. He's got 2 beds. He doesn't need both of them. You're going to stay at my house for the duration of your stay here. At that dinner was a very precocious 15-year-old daughter of Enrique Gutfreun's. And that 15-year-old daughter, whose name is now Mia Lair, was appointed to succeed me on the DWP board. And so in the context, as I think of it, is Kamala mentioning I was that little girl. Mia was that adorable teenager, let's see, 35 plus 20, 55 years ago. So that'll give you a clue as to her age. And the fact that the mayor found Mia to succeed me on this board made me so happy and pulled together such an important part of my life and brought it up to date that as I depart, I am thrilled that the commission has as its newest member and my successor someone I've known since she was 15 years old and who has been enormously successful in her own right and who will be a fabulous member of this board. So with that, I thank you. I was looking forward to telling that story in particular. It sort of causes for me everything to go full circle in what has been an extraordinarily rewarding and enriching series of experiences for 7+ years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and you continue to absolutely blow me away with your eloquence and your generosity and your grace. So thank you so very much. I have to say it's not possible for me to see all commissioners' faces, so I'm just going to go around the horn to determine if there are any commissioners with comments at this time. I'll start with Commissioner Berard.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mel, for your kind comments. It means a lot to me. And I really always felt honored to be on the commission with you as our president. And I don't know whether there'll ever be a president of your caliber again, because not only did you do all the things that were mentioned in the resolution, you were humble all the way through, and also you treated us all like a member of, and that meant a lot to all of us. I still keep in touch with Bill Funderburk. We've become friends, and we always say, Mel always acts and was always there to help us and to listen to us and to be our friend. And that was so important to us. I want you to know that. Also, just to serve with you, it's a great honor. Hope that you're away from DWP will be happy and joyful, and that you will have a good life. They never tell you how much work there is with this. Oh, you just get together twice a month. Well, they don't tell you how big the packet is and all the reading that's involved. Like you say, all the intricacies of what you're going to be discussing. But you really handled it so well and appreciate it so much. And we miss you a lot. And thank you so much for being our leader and have a happy 2020.
Jill, thank you. Commissioner Reyes, do you have any comments that you would like to offer?
Yes, just briefly, thank you, Mel. It's been an honor. I'm humbled and privileged to have served with you on the commission. I strongly applaud your steady leadership that helped, DWP navigate a wide range of challenges that come with managing the biggest municipal utility in the nation. You've laid the foundation to reduce our, reliance on imported water that I could remember very well, and also invest in our local water supplies. Huge accomplishment for us. And I believe that in my heart, we are very fortunate as a municipal utility to have you at the helm when things were most challenging for the department. We owe you a debt of gratitude, most importantly, because you paved the way for an all-female-led DWP board, a first in its 118-year history of existence. So thank you for doing that, Mel. And I hope that you continue to lead a productive life and that you continue to be engaged and involved. We're never going to be retired in any way, shape or form. We're always going to be right out there. And I expect to see and talk to you when this pandemic is all over so that we could wish you well in person. Again, thank you. It's been a privilege to serve with you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. Commissioner Neiman Brady, any comments?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to express my gratitude as well for Mel. When I was approached to join the LADWP board, I met with Mel very early on, and I had heard about him and had many people who knew him, but I was very privileged that I not only got to know him a bit, but also learned what an earnest, thoughtful, and fair leader you are. I feel like I'm talking about you. You're not even there, as if you're not here. And while, I wasn't on the board very long and overlapping, not even quite a year, I really feel honored that I had the opportunity to work under your leadership and direction. And frankly, that I've been able to fly a bit in your orbit. Your legacy of public service and the advancement of environmental matters will be felt and benefit the citizens of LA and California for many generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Laird.
Well, it's hard not to get emotional because I think Enrique and Gerda Gutfreund are probably dancing right now. They're my parents who got to know Mel, and our families became friends. And obviously, I think that he has been someone we've respected, appreciated, and celebrated as an Angelino, representing us and also the country abroad. So I would like to bring it back to just a little story that one of my really good young friends that I got to know in the last year is Jake Levine. And his son is going in the same direction. He's also a lawyer and doing wonderful, wonderful work in California associated with the environment and a new sort of program that he's helping lead in the governor's office with this sort of WPA era sort of environmental sort of workforce. So I really was always struck by how handsome Mel was. I might have been a little precocious, but he was immensely handsome to have around. and he obviously is someone that we all look up to and respect and appreciate. And thank you. And as one would say in our Jewish sort of tradition, Besunder and Twanzik, may you continue to support us all in all these endeavors that make our life healthier and better in the future. So stay healthy. We need you another 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Marty, I don't want to continue without giving you an opportunity to make remarks, should you wish.
Thank you very much. Mel, it's good to see you again, and it seems like it's been, well, everything seems like it's been forever right now, so I'm sure it's been a couple months. It seems, you know, time has kind of stood still right now. I just want to say how much we appreciate, you know, your years here. I think when we realized how long you'd been on the board, I thought, gosh, that's like 20% of my career. So I thought I'd been here a long time, but now you know, you really were here for a large portion of my time when I was around the board table. I just want to say thank you, and thanks for really digging in and for the areas that you really worked so well with us on and helped so much on. You know, your leadership and your willingness to kind of help us along and get us where we needed to be based on your, you know, broad experience and, you know, and your background and kind of clairvoyant nature, be able to see where things are going and how to get there are much appreciated. And I know, you know, I'll probably speak for all the staff here that we miss our years with you and the enjoyable times. I'll miss the days of Loni Yatai or Sport Code. I always get one that Max things always. I never forget some of the days of board meetings and some of the going on behind the scenes and beforehand, and just the humanness of it all. And so my wife doesn't miss the weekends on the phone working on long projects, so that's okay. But again, thank you so much. Thanks for helping to form the board into what it is and what it's become. I think you should be comfortable. We have a really great board now, and we have a great new leader in Cynthia. And I think that you know, you put your stamp on the board, and you know, for a number of years, and how you know how we work together and work so closely and really make this a team effort. So thank you again, Mel. Thanks. You know, I know we'll be in touch, and there'll be more projects and things going on. I know I hear from you from time to time with ideas, and so, but don't forget about us. We certainly will never forget about you. And again, thank you for all the time. Way more years than I know you intended on doing this when you first got involved. But thanks for sticking it through and helping us through a lot of growing pains and a lot of tough times and things that we got resolved and done under your watch. So, and again, congratulations on the acknowledgement, and I can't wait for when we get together to be able to have a party for it.
Thank you, Marty. And just one final comment in light of the Commissioner's comments or salute of our General Counsel's office. Mr. Brevich, do you have a comment, please?
I do. It was always for not for myself, but for everybody on my team that worked with Mel. It was always a pleasure. We appreciated Mel's willingness to always listen. Didn't always agree with us, but he always listened, and that was appreciative. And we learned quite a bit from him, just as his skills as a lawyer, as a diplomat, as seeing all sides. And, you know, I actually met Mel some 30 years ago, and Mel doesn't remember, but I was working for a lady by the name of Karen Spencer, who Mel knows well, and I had my first opportunity to meet Mel then, and it was, again, coming back full circle. but it was a true pleasure working with Mel, and we learned a tremendous amount from him. So I miss him, and look forward again, like everybody else, to the time we can do this in person.
Well, thank you. Mel, I will say this. I've served in a number of capacities and have been through these kinds of tributes many, many times. Never has a person been so genuinely missed as you are and have been in your time away. Thank you for allowing us to do this morning. And I, too, very much look forward to the day that we can gather and salute you in person with the totality of our leadership present. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Cynthia, very much. I really appreciate all of your gracious and generous comments, and I, too, look forward to when we can get together in person. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, we will move to our next item. Susie, item 2, general public comment.
Yes. Okay. Good morning, callers. Please be mindful that you will have 2 minutes for comment, beginning with caller area code 818-404. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on. Caller with the area code 818-404. Please state your full name and the item you wish to speak on. Moving to the next caller. Caller with the area code 760-505. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on.
Hi, this is Adam Mohabit with EVgo, seeking a comment on item 8A.
Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, board members and staff. My name is Adam Mohabit with EVgo. We are an LA-based company and the nation's largest network of EV public fast charging with more than 800 locations across the country and more than 100 locations in the LA metro area. We also recently announced plans to triple our network over the next 3 years across 40 metro areas. Firstly, we commend the city on its leadership in transportation electrification and really commend the board today for taking a look at DWP's EV programs. I'll say that we are incredibly thankful for the Charge Up rebate program and continue to make use of it and working with the team there. The program is helpful in meeting the needs of Angelenos and supporting the governor's recent executive order of transitioning towards only electric vehicle sales by 2035. However, in addition to these programs, EVgo would also strongly encourage the board and staff to focus on ways to encourage investments by third-party providers to go ahead and expedite processes that are currently holding up investments today. This includes, first and foremost, a much-needed commercial EV rate for network providers. DWP is the largest utility in California without one, making it exponentially more expensive for chargers to operate here in Los Angeles and DWP territory than other utility territories. Other items to focus on include looking into processing and interconnection timelines and line extension policies to go ahead and speed up project timelines. By doing this, DWP can help reduce soft costs that will bring in more investments, chargers, and ultimately economic and health benefits to its territory. These are really critical steps to meeting LA's and California's state environmental goals, and I would say that these items should be really addressed prior to there being any need for any additional DWP-owned charging infrastructure. So our team's happy to serve as a resource and continue working with the department to meet these goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caller with the area code 626, prefix 581, please state your name and the item you wish to speak on. Caller with the area code 626, prefix 581. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on. Moving to the next caller. Caller with the area code 562, prefix 491. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on. Caller 562, prefix 491. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on.
Good morning. My name is Brisa Sotelo Vargas, and I am the Director of Community Relations and Government Affairs for Valero, one of the refineries in the city of Los Angeles. And I'd like to speak on item number 40. So item number 40 speaks with regards to an agreement with the Department of Water and Power to bring recycled water to the refinery. This agreement is a collaborative pioneering project, a project between Valero and DWP for the use of advanced treated recycled water. The project would allow Valero to use approximately 1,000 acre-feet per year, making this one of the largest private recycled water projects and the largest customer within the city of Los Angeles, which would in turn also support DWP's effort in reusing 100% of wastewater in the harbor area by 2024. The addition of using advanced treated recycled water in our cooling towers would provide additional source of reliability for daily operations. In alignment with LA's Green New Deal and LADWP's Urban Water Management Plan, this agreement with Valero works towards the goal of increasing local water supplies and also seeks to increase the use of recycled water to offset potable demands, which are everyday use by every Angelino. The term of the agreement is for 10 years and includes 10-year options for extensions for a total of up to 30 years, which we are really grateful for. Valero would be, if allowed, would start using this water by the start of 2023, and we are happy to be able to have this sort of agreement. For any questions, please feel free to call our refinery and speak to Brisa Sotelo. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the area code 626, prefix 581. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on. Moving to the next caller. Caller with the area code 858, prefix 673. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on.
Yes, good morning. My name is Dave Stahl with the Utility Tree Service. My comments are in regards to item 36, for the contract number 106 for vegetation management services for power line clearance. We're the most recent service provider for this annual contract and partner with the DWP on this project for the 6 years, 2013 through 2019. We had the second lowest bid on both bids for this project. Unfortunately, another contractor was given the staff recommendation for both projects. It's our expert opinion that no operator would be able to fully perform the contracts at the price quoted. Default is a high possibility, leaving the system in a highly vulnerable position with outages and wildfires. Based on knowledge we gained as the provider, the estimate in RFP on the number of trees that will need to be maintained is far below the actual number. A bid based off of these estimates will be far below actual cost, and that seems to be the case with the lowest bidder. Metro inventory is actually 24% higher, and the Valley area is 46.6% higher. Based on these actual numbers, it appears that the contractor doesn't have the resources to properly service either contract. We are familiar with their operations because they worked as a sub for us on the previous contract and signed a letter of intent to sub for us again under this current bid. In our experience, performance of all the work would take more than 100 full-time crews. The recommended contractor only has around 35 crews of their own, and their subs have already indicated that they are unwilling to perform because of the low quoted price. They will likely begin to fall behind almost immediately and the situation will quickly deteriorate given that the vegetation management schedule is already behind on the award. A default will further delay essential maintenance, which in a drought year with an increasing number of wildfires could be a significant public safety hazard. We stand ready to be a good partner to the LADWP by performing one or both of the contracts and to assist should the recommended contractor default. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the next caller, area code 213, prefix 620. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jesse Molina. I am a partner at Hill Fair and Borough, LLP in Los Angeles. I am the attorney for Tree Service Kings, Inc. I am a native Angelino and also a resident of Council District number 12. I therefore have both a professional and personal interest in item matter number 36. I'd first like to address the comments made by David Stahl of UTS. He claims that he has a expert opinion. However, there's no basis for that. He's not qualified as an expert. Here are the facts. UTS comments should not be given any consideration. They have no merit. They are based on rank speculation and are not supported by any evidence. Tree Service Kings has been in business since 2006. Contrary to UTS's mistaken belief, TSK has more than sufficient resources to perform both contracts. That is, TSK right now has 80 crews ready and able to deploy to begin performing the work on both contracts immediately. That is over 160 employees with all the necessary machinery and equipment. There is simply no truth to UTS's comments. Tree Service Kings has also received letters of intent from other subcontractors who are minority-owned businesses and small business enterprises. This would add additional crews of about 50, bringing the total up to 130 crews. That is more than sufficient to perform both contracts. The board should also consider the past history and current history. TSK is currently a prime contractor for LADWP on contract number 02026-0, IFB 13046, has provided 50 crews for power line clearance since May 2020. It has a history of timely performance, and that could be verified independently through LADWP's own employees, not through the comments of a competitor that have no merit. And lastly, TSK has a past history of performing work as a subcontractor for LADWP through UTS from July 2016 to July 2019, provided 10 crews initially and 25 crews at the end of the contract. Tree Service Kings is also a subcontractor for PG&E since July 2017 through the present. It has performed power line clearance for PG&E since approximately 2017 and using 90 crews in Santa Rosa and 25 to 30 crews in the Petaluma area. There is simply no valid basis to deny awarding the contract to Tree Service Kings. To the extent the Board of Commissioners is inclined to deny awarding the contract based upon the speculative and unsupported comments submitted by UTS, a competitor,
Mr. Molina, please wrap up your remarks.
That it be allowed to provide further information. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the final caller, area code 310, prefix 922. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Wendell, and I'm here to speak on item 8D.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Evelyn Wendell, and I'm the founding director of WeTap.org, a nonprofit that's been focusing on improving our perception of drinking water and to help improve access to drinking water. I'm speaking here today, thank you for letting me speak, about supporting the infrastructure of public drinking fountains around Los Angeles. We all know that plastic pollution is a huge problem for the city, for all cities, and climate change is real, and Los Angeles has a tremendous opportunity to be an incredible example for the rest of the world while the Olympics will be here in 2028. And I strongly support a larger inventory of public fountains with support of maintenance throughout the city. So thank you for taking this topic up and prioritizing it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. President McClain-Hill, all public comment is now closed.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, we will move to the general manager, Mr. Adams. You have a briefing for the board.
Thank you very much. Good morning, commissioners. Just a few items I want to brief you on, and then if you have any questions, I can elaborate more. First of all, obviously with the issue going on right now with the surge in coronavirus, we've made some changes in the workplace I want you to be aware of, which actually kind of led up to this being a virtual meeting today. We have basically had all employees who are telecommuting. We've asked them to cease coming in to the office to the extent possible, unless they have work that they need to do or work that has to be performed here, can't be performed at home. So we are maximizing working from home right now for all of our employees. That has been done basically to make sure that those folks who have to come in, because we do have some call center people, other building staff, and some folks who need to be here to make sure that the workplace remains safe in this building and other office settings. And so we are maximizing our use of telecommuting right now in direct response to the pandemic. And again, just to ensure the safety of our employees. We have also taken measures amongst our field crews where we are seeing a proportional kind of increase in infections, kind of similar to what we're seeing in society. We're not seeing transmission amongst employees. There's a few potential issues there, but generally speaking, people who are becoming infected with the COVID virus are getting it on the outside from either friends or family members or wherever they're going, but not getting it at work. But in order to make sure that our operations are not hampered at all, that we can continue providing, reliable electric and power and water service, we have gone to a rotational work assignment in the field where half of our field forces are reporting on a daily basis to do the normal work, and the other half is reporting from home as needed for call-in. And we're doing that for this period of time to make sure that we always have field forces that are healthy to respond to down power lines, water main breaks, and the such, as well as new service requests, and continue with our infrastructure work. So we've done this measure in the past. It seems very prudent right now based on what we're seeing going on. I think it's doing a good job of protecting the workforce and ensuring that our customers have adequate staff here to be able to support their needs on a day in and day out basis. As you know, there's been some Santa Ana winds that has the opportunity to cause wildfire as well as down power lines, and so making sure that we have sufficient and healthy field crews available both at work and to be called in as needed is of primary importance. So unless you have any questions, that's the steps that we're taking right now. It'll continue this week and next week, and then my guess is beyond that until we see some relief through the holidays. So unless you have any questions, I'll continue. On our Utility Cares grant program, just an update. We did have a little over 77,000 applications that were received and approved. So that's nearly $39 million of money folks who will be able to get a one-time $500 check through the CARES program to be able to help with utility-type bills. Those checks are being processed as we speak and will be mailed in the next first batch will go out, I believe, in the next several days. And then everyone who is eligible for that and will receive checks should be getting them within the next week or two. This is a program that was done with collaboration of Council President Nuri Martinez's office with money that the federal government provided to the city that had not yet been allocated, and it was an opportunity to make good use of this money for folks who are facing challenging issues during this time with COVID. We have a program, one of Nancy Setley's areas, community emissions reductions grants. Part of our plan as we transition to a clean energy future is keeping the concepts of environmental justice front and center in our minds. So we have about
$10 million in grants that was approved by the board back in January that we are taking applications for. They're for nonprofit organizations, for emission reduction projects in the valley and harbor communities where there's particularly a disproportionate burden from multiple pollution sources, and the folks are kind of identified as at a high exposure in the Cal EnviroScreen mapping program. The target areas are particularly council districts 2, 6, 7, and 15, and projects are ranging from $100,000 to $500,000 each. And we expect to be back to the board in March with the beginning of the approval of the grants as we receive the applications. About a week and a half ago, we celebrated as much as possible a distant celebration of a water connection with the city of Burbank. Burbank has an operable unit that cleans up a plume near the Burbank airport, having to do with well, I can't remember who the pollutant was, but it was many companies ago when there was a lot of manufacturing and aircraft manufacturing in the area, and Burbank has the need to pump more water to contain the plume than their rights, and so we've enabled them to use some of our water rights and return that water to us into our system after it's cleaned up at the Burbank operable unit. So we celebrated the connection made between the Burbank and LA systems, which was a few years in the making, and so that was progress for us and enables us to actually get more groundwater cleanup and more of that groundwater back into our own system. Rich also was successful in getting a little more than $20 million in Measure W grants for stormwater capture projects in rec and parks facilities and parks in the San Fernando Valley. And so we have projects that will be coming in 3 or 4 parks in the valley to basically make use of that park space for stormwater capture with the use of the Measure W money. And lastly, before I turn over to Rich, because he wants to give us a little bit of update on where we are with precipitation for the year, I just wanted to acknowledge that for the board that I'm extremely proud of what we've done with our staff during this really trying time. We've had everyone in completely abnormal working situations, yet the staff that I oversee and that you are the board for has done a remarkable job of getting their work done, keeping projects on track. During this time, we've still been able to continually reduce the turnaround time for power nuke services, an issue that was front and center this last year of trying to help, especially affordable housing projects and other key projects for the city to move forward. We led a lot of headway, and so even though it is anything but normal, our folks are pulling together very well, and we are spinning the budgets and doing the infrastructure work and the other support work that we need to do to improve both the water and power systems and to support our customers. And of course, as we know, there's a lot of new challenges, as you've heard from the board, things that our customers need and concerns that have come about from COVID that were not so front and center just a few months ago. And so we have a lot of work ahead to do, but everyone is geared up and ready for it. And so even though this building may be largely empty and other facilities do not look like they normally look, I want to assure you that the 11,000 employees that we have here are doing their jobs and doing what they need to support the department and to support the people that we serve. So with that, unless you have any questions, I have Rich quick comment on the precipitation.
Thank you, Marty. Yeah, what I'd like to talk about is just our water supply outlook and really to comment on whether we're in a drought or not. Now, the numbers are in the northern Sierra is at 50% of normal. In our own watershed in the eastern Sierra, we're at 8%. Locally here in Los Angeles, the Southland, we're about 6% of normal for rain. And in the Colorado River Basin, we're at 77% of normal, which is slightly less than last year. And when you look out 30 days, we will see probably drier and hotter conditions. But the important thing to remember is that although that's dry, it's not a drought. And in fact, you can almost bet on it that 6 out of every 10 years, we are going to be dry. And when it is dry, it's really dry. And when it's wet, it's really wet. In fact, within the last 10 years, we've seen our wettest year on record and our driest single year on record and our driest 4 consecutive years on record. So there's actually a swing in that. You know, a drought is classically defined as when you don't have enough supply to meet your demand. So if you're a farmer in the Midwest, you don't have enough water to grow your crop, and if you're a city, you don't have enough water to meet your residential industrial needs. Well, the fact of the matter is, in Southern California, because of the investments we've made in local storage and storage along our aqueducts, as well as the tremendous effort that our customers have done in water use efficiency and water conservation, we have a record amount of storage in place. In fact, we have 3.2 million acre feet of storage available in Southern California. In a dry year, we may draw on that storage about 100,000 acre feet. In a supercritical dry year, obviously much more. But we can safely say we've got multiple years of storage in those reservoirs. So although it is dry, we are not in a drought. And when people say, where did all that water go that I conserved, you can just look up in those reservoirs and that water is there, and it's there for a dry day. And we want to encourage our customers to keep on conserving water and using water efficiently, and we've got programs to help them do that. We continue to offer our turf replacement rebate program, along with our high efficiency clothes washers and rebates for premium high efficiency toilets. And along with a program with Southern California Gas, we are mailing out now 150,000 kits that include, among other things, low flow shower heads and aerators to our residential customers, in large portion to our low income customers. And this summer, we are going to be starting up turf replacement design services for our residential customers, and we are just starting to work, and we'll have a program with the Theodore Payne Foundation to offer free California native landscape maintenance certificate training for landscape professionals. So we continue to have opportunities and potential for additional water conservation, but I just want everyone to know that because of those hard efforts, that water is there for these dry days ahead. Thank you, Marty.
So with that, that's the completion of my report. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer it.
Terrific. Commissioner Reyes, did you have a question or comment?
Just one question for Rich. Did you notice an uptick in water use? And just because a lot of people are, more, we have a stay-at-home order. How is that looking?
Yeah, there is a pronounced shift from our commercial industrial use category to our residential category. It's unmistakable that that's happened. So there are less people at the workplace and in retail centers, and they are at home. So we have seen that. Overall sales are actually slightly up overall customer classes combined.
Thank you.
Terrific. Commissioner Neiman Brady, did you have any question or comment regarding the General Manager's report?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Berard.
Commissioner Berard, please unmute yourself.
While we're waiting for Commissioner Berard, Commissioner Lear, did you have any comment or question regarding the General Manager's report?
Thank you very much for the report also on what a drought is or isn't. That everybody still gets confused, and I think it's important to put forward. I'm curious, just given sort of the economic crisis and all these opportunities that you have for young people to enter the workforce, as you start looking at the native plant maintenance certificates, if you somehow correlate that with opportunities for jobs, and some of the other work that you're doing, because I think there's a number of nonprofits that I've mentioned these programs to who would like to reach out, and we ought to be thinking about how to cross-reference. In addition to that, we get calls quite a bit from people like Andy Strader, who works for Councilman, I can't remember his name right now, but they've all been promoting native plants and are having a really hard time keeping things up as bigger, longer projects start coming through into the public area, not so much the private spaces. So I just encourage you to sort of really be thinking about when you work with the couple of nonprofits that you're working with to make sure that this reaches out into some of the other council offices and such, and cross-fertilizes with some of your other programs for jobs. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Commissioner, if I may, we actually were kicking off the LA Outdoor Landscape Academy, and Rich and his folks involved with a number of educational programs. If you'd like, we can provide a report, either written or verbal, to the board to let you know where we are with that, because I agree it's very important to follow up with not just putting in native landscapes, but also how to support them.
Oh, I'd love a written report before, because it's a very, something to look forward to for many folks. So I love the name. Is it the DWP Outdoor Academy?
Yeah, it's actually, I don't have my T-shirt here, but it's LA Outdoor Landscape Academy, Loyola. So,
oh my
not that me going to Loyola had anything to do with that, but it sounded good. So.
Okay, excellent. I'm excited. Okay.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Commissioner Berard, did you have a comment?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Marty, I had a couple of questions about the current staffing, and I do want to echo your acknowledgement of the effort and the continued achievement and productivity of our staff as they work through COVID, and in particular, commend the work done by our IT team and managers across the board as they have taken on the challenge of making it possible for people to telecommute. And certainly it does require quite an adjustment in terms of management and oversight to deal with a workforce that is, for the most part remote. So I appreciate that. With respect to the current folks who are reporting to work, can you tell me a little bit about which staff that is? And also, I assume that we're now not only masked outside, that people are masked in the building at all times. Is that correct?
Yes. So basically, if you're in an office and you're not alone, then you need to be wearing a mask at this time, or if you're in any public space. And we have a number of operational staff that work here. We have certainly IT staff that's involved with the IT system, the mainframe system. We have our billing folks that print and mail, the mail room that handles bills as well as print shop. There's a number of support staff that are in from time to time, maybe parts of certain days or different scattered days that are dealing with the regular paperwork that has to go through and letters to be signed, board packages, all things like that has to continue going. So we're doing as much work remotely as we can. Call center, we'll have people here as well, although we have increased our ability to do calls from home, which has been a huge benefit for us, so that people can actually work remotely and work through the regular call center system. And so that's just a kind of smattering of the folks here. We're probably at somewhere between 600 and 800 people in the building out of about 3,300 that would normally be here. And you can tell by the parking lot that most people are taking advantage of being able to work from home and being able to stay safe. And again, we're fortunate we haven't had transmission issues in the building, and we want to keep it that way because there are some folks that need to come in to be able to get certain aspects or all aspects of their work done. We want to make sure we're providing a safe environment for them so that all the machinery of running the organization continues to go forward.
And with respect to call center, how much of our call center operations is now remote versus in person?
I don't have an exact answer. I don't know if Nancy knows exactly right now. At one point, we were about a third in at a time, and the others were working from home, and so and that was another an IT lift was to get full connectivity because we also did get a number of special tablets in before we actually connect people to their home system. Nancy, do you know a number on that right now where we are?
I don't have the number offhand. I can get that, but I know this week our call wait time is down to about 3 minutes. So we seem to be at least initially doing okay in terms of being able to maintain a good a low call wait time. I can get that number.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then I assume, or am I correct in assuming that the reductions in staff in terms of staffing in the building, would that also apply to, just because we have fewer people that are in the building, does that also extend to, say, security or custodial workers? Are they also being allowed to come in less frequently?
Custodial has been, we've been cutting back their numbers at any time in the building. And then security, I believe, is about normal. Linda can probably chime in on that. And then also besides this building, we're treating all office spaces the same because it's a confined area and it's difficult with people on top of each other. So it's this building and other office spaces. Linda, do you have anything to add on that question?
So custodial continues to come full-time.
Oh, they are now?
Custodials are on the rotational, but we do keep enough on hand to make sure that we can do the hourly cleaning at any common surfaces, break rooms, lunch rooms, those elevators kind of areas. And then on Marty's question earlier, there's 500 installed functionality for the CSRs to work from home, but about half of that is being in use at a time.
Okay, did you say 500 installed and about half are being used?
At a time.
At a time.
They do rotation.
Right.
I see.
So
okay, that's terrific. And with respect to the custodial staff, did you say that they are rotating or they're all coming in as on their normal schedule?
For the majority, about 70 to 80%, they are still continuing to come in, and the reason for that is they also do want to continue to come in. And so where they come in, we do spread them out and make sure that they touch all the common surfaces on an hourly basis.
Okay, and the security staff? I'm sorry, I just didn't hear what you said about that.
And security staff continue to come in. We are working with their labor to see if there's any different way that we can manage it. They are dispersed throughout the building, so they're not co-located in one area. Our supervisory custodial, because they have one central office, we've moved them to reporting from their vehicles, given them laptops so that they can handle everything remotely instead of coming into their office. So we try to space them out as much as possible. All of the stations each floor has a station. The regular floors up here, there's just walking guards, so we don't have too many in one spot. Places like CMS where we do have an office area where they're monitoring cameras, then we try to space them out and require masking in those areas.
One of the things, as Linda noted about the wiping down surfaces, is that's one of the new standards that's come out as far as for sanitary reasons that they've increased the requirement for how often surfaces are cleaned in an office setting.
Okay, thank you so very much. I appreciate that.
Could I add one more thing? Sorry, I just got some information on the call center. They're 100% capable of remote work. Staff is coming in 1 day a week, and there's some of the CSR, some of the folks in the call center who have chosen not to telecommute, so they're just making sure there's enough coverage and supervisors for those folks. So we're basically 100% capable at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, then we will move to item number 4. I'm not aware of any motions to be introduced today by board members. So item number 5, is there a comment from the ratepayer advocate?
Yes, this is Fred Pickle, Office of Public Accountability. We will have comments on some of the management reports and a comment on item 27, which is the new interconnection standards for projects greater than 30 kilowatts. It's good this is being standardized, but this area is moving rapidly, so we should anticipate there may be changes in these standards going forward. For example, under these interconnection standards, the batteries are only supposed to serve the customer and not provide battery power to the grid. Hawaii has found that storage projects that also provide support to the grid can be very helpful. So that may evolve over time, but we believe these changes should go forward now. And also item 41 on the hydration stations, when this came before us or before the board previously, it had the capital funds going into a regulatory asset. We accept that's necessary in this context, but again, we want to say O&M costs should still be the responsibilities of the other departments. Thank you. But this should go forward as is. That's the end of my comments.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we'll move to item number 6, discussion with neighborhood council. Is there anything on this item, Susie?
No community impact statements or formal positions were filed by any neighborhood councils on the items on today's agenda.
Terrific. Then we'll move to item number 2 and take up our consent calendar. So with respect to item number 7, we are items that are being held are items 16. Well, first up, we've completed item number 11. We are holding items number 16, 20, and 33. And item 24 is being withdrawn at this time. So with that, we're moving for, I'll entertain a motion to approve items 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. Is there a motion to approve?
I move to approve. I have a question for Fred. Fred?
Yes.
I wondered if you could make, I'd like to hear your comments regarding item 23.
Jill, would you like us to pull item 23 for discussion?
Yeah, just to hear, I'd like to hear what Fred has to say.
Okay, hold item 23. With respect to the remainder, Commissioner Reyes, I think I heard you make a motion to approve. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'll second that motion. Susie, would you call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Berard?
Aye.
Commissioner Neiman Brady?
Aye.
Commissioner Lair?
Aye.
VP Reyes?
Aye.
President McLean Hill?
Aye.
5 ayes.
Terrific. The motion is passed. Thank you very much. And if we could move into our management reports, beginning with 8A.
Okay, sorry, now I'm the unmute person. So item 8A is a report on Executive Directive 27 regarding racial equity and an update from our team that we have assembled. As the board will recall, we've been working at this for a few months now, and starting with different employee focus groups and a survey throughout the company. And so I wanted to let the team that's been working on this, will take us through basically kind of the history and what we've learned, key findings, and then I'll go into steps ahead, steps that I plan to make moving forward based on the information that we've obtained. So our racial equity officer, Wendy Yancey, there she is. Okay, so Wendy's online here, so I'd like to turn over to her to lead the discussion. So Wendy, go ahead. Thank you. She's muted. Wendy, you're muted there.
I'm sorry. So today we're going to introduce the team. We're going to talk about the directives from the mayor. We're going to share some information about the data that we discovered. We're going to offer some short-term recommendations. As Marty mentioned, he's going to provide next steps, and then we'll have Q&A. Next slide, please. So the Racial Equity Project team was composed of what I'll call a research team, and that was in the form of Kerman Maddox, Nicole Reed, Rashonda Myers of Dakota Communications, as well as our esteemed retiree and senior consultant, Stefan Tucker. They actually gathered a lot of information, a lot of data, and analyzed it, and the results of that information is what will inform the action plan as it relates to the recommendations going forward. Ty Washington is also involved in the team as the assistant to the general manager, as well as myself as the interim racial equity officer. Next slide. So in a nutshell, Executive Directive number 27 was the catalyst of the deeper discussion. With the leadership from the board, Board President McLean, as well as Vice President Reyes, and the General Manager, they allowed us to take a deeper dive, hence the relationship with Dakota Communications and Stefan Tucker. So that deeper dive provided phase one of the Racial Equity Action Plan, and we're still working on it because we took the opportunity to further analyze some of the information that was gathered in the form of focus groups, interviews, as well as a survey. So while we did submit a plan to the mayor's office September 11th, that was phase one, and we're working on completion of phase two before the end of this year. Next slide. And so I'm going to turn it over to Stefan to begin the discussion about the data and some of the findings we made. Stefan?
Thanks, Wendy. We received a data set from the personnel department, and in that data set, they broke down all the classifications in the department into 8 categories that we'll talk about here pretty soon. In addition to that, we had some interviews with a variety of different levels of people throughout the department, from the executives, middle managers, line supervisors, and non-supervisory personnel. Next slide. So I'm going to spend just a little bit of time on this slide so you can understand what you're seeing, because there's a lot involved in this slide. If you take a look at the top of this chart, you'll see where it says overall white, black, Hispanic, Asians, American Indians, and Filipinos. Those are the ethnic groups that were involved in the data set that we analyzed. And if you take a look at the left-hand column, those were the 8 categories that were supplied by the city personnel, being officials and admin, professionals, technicals, protective services, paraprofessionals, office and clericals, skilled craft, and service workers. And all of our classifications at the department were fit into one of those categories. And then if you take a look at just the set of columns under overall, what you'll see, for instance, next to officials and admin is 224. So those are 224 employees that were fit into that category, as well as under professional, there's 2,343 under that category, for and on down for a total of 11,216 employees. The next column over is an indication of the percentage of that category as a percentage of the entire employee count. So the admin, officials and admin were about 2% of the total count of employees at the Department of Water and Power. And then that next column is a kind of a summary column of the top 3 categories. For instance, the officials, admin, professionals, and technicals was 31% of all employees at DWP. The next 2 were 3%, and then the bottom 3 of officials, clerical, skilled craft, and service and maintenance made up about 67% of all of the employees at the Department of Water and Power. And you'll see that same kind of data set analysis consistent through all of the ethnic classes. And then I'd like to draw your attention to the bottom 3 lines, where you'll see the summary of how many employees are at the department overall, and then broken down into each ethnic classification. And then under that line, you'll see the percentage of employees for each one of those ethnic classifications. And then finally on the bottom line is the demographic information from the 2010 census for that particular ethnic classification in the city of Los Angeles. So a couple of things jump out from the last 3 lines is that of the ethnic classifications that were studied, the only classification that's underrepresented in comparison to the demographics of the city of Los Angeles is Hispanics. City of Los Angeles, according to the 2010 census, had 48.6% Hispanic population. The population of employees at DWP is 37.6, and that was the only classification that's underrepresented. And we'll analyze each one of the ethnic classes a little further in the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. We lost our slides.
There we go.
All right. The first category of employees we took a look at was white employees, and we're going to focus on the colored boxes under each one of the categories and compare that ethnic set to overall. So for instance, on the overall for the top 3 categories of employment, it was 31%. Amongst white employees, it was 30%. And then in the middle categories, it was 3% overall, 1% for the white employees. And then the bottom 3, it was 67% overall and 69% for white employees. Next slide. For black employees, comparison at the top, it was 19% black employees compared to 31, 6% for those middle classifications, and 75% black employees at the bottom 3 classifications compared to 67%. Next slide. So you'll see a similar situation for Hispanic employees, where there's 20% at the top, 3% in the middle section, and 77% at the bottom. So for Black and Hispanic employees, the concentration of employees are at the bottom three categories of employment. So they're overrepresented on the bottom three categories of employment and underrepresented on the top three categories of employment. Next slide. And then the Asian employee population, you'll see that 70% of the Asian employee population is in the top three categories, and 29% are in the bottom three categories. So this, in the Asian categories, they're underrepresented on the bottom three categories and overrepresented compared to the overall population of employees on the top three categories. Next slide. Then you see the Native American or Indian American employees, 9% at the top and 91% at the bottom. So they're very much concentrated on the bottom three categories of employment at the Department of Water and Power. And then the last slide, Filipinos. The Filipino population of employees at the Los Angeles Water and Power, you have 55% in the top three categories, 1% in the middle, and 43% in the bottom category. So they are a little overrepresented at the top three classifications. Next slide, Kermit.
Thanks, Stefan. So continuing with some demographics, we've got information now on the makeup of the executive management at DWP as well as senior management. To the left, you can see males represent 57%, females represent 42%, and then if you go to your right, you see the ethnic breakdown of what's classified as executive management. 50% white, a little over 28% Asian. When you add those numbers up, you're getting close to 79, 80%. Latino representation, 14%, and Black or African American representation in executive management is 7%. And then down below, senior management, the same thing by ethnic categories, whites 44%, Latinos 23%, so they're doing better there, Asians 14%, and African Americans are Black. So that's the breakdown first of executive management at the top, and then senior management down below. Next slide. So what we did is we conducted a series of focus group discussions over a 4-day period. We had 2 sessions in September and 2 additional sessions in late October. We did these discussions in coordination with IBW Level A team. We randomly selected a number of people to participate. Most of them were field and office employees. We had a total number of 19 separate focus group discussions. Staff participation, we had 90 people who classified themselves as supervisors, we had 20. So when you look at the total number of people who participated in the 19 separate focus group discussions, it was 110 people. And these were individual discussions that we had with focus groups that range anywhere from as little as 5 people to as many as 7. And I think what was interesting is the interviewers, myself and others, kind of reflected the people we interviewed. Most of the people in the focus group discussions are African Americans, Latinos, and the fact that the interview panel kind of looked like them, I think proved to be helpful because my sense is they seem to be much more open and willing to discuss their experiences, what they had gone through. And we went into these focus group discussions with literally no preconceived notions or thoughts about DWP, the department, the workforce, the inner workings. We had no ideas. But what we did ask the participants to do was just be open and honest and truthful with us so we can listen and learn and share what we learned. And so that was kind of the whole concept behind focus. Next slide. So what I'd like to do now is share with you the overarching messages or themes that we heard. And these are reoccurring themes that we heard over and over and over from all 4 separate focus groups. To the left, number 1, diversity, equity, and inclusion are not a priority, but they believe they should be a priority. You heard discussions about glass ceiling as it related to mobility. The thought being that many people in the focus group thought, well, you know, they can't seem to move up to either the senior management and forget about executive management. So there appears to be some racial disparities in terms of representation of management and a glass ceiling for people of color, especially male. We heard that quite a bit. There was a lot of talk about the culture of DWP, the instance of the culture of DWP. Frankly, there was a term I'd never heard before that we heard over and over. DWP stood for the Department of White People. And I asked, what did that mean? And they said, well, when you think about the people who are in charge making all decisions, they kind of don't look like us, and that's why we call it that. There was a lot of talk about nepotism, cliques, favoritism. All of this was a part of the culture that was repeatedly brought up as an issue with DWP, and the thought was if DWP wants to make changes, they have to do something about the culture that permeates throughout the department. To the right, there was a lot of talk about lack of accountability, lack of oversight, unsatisfactory discipline, if any discipline at all, and the lack of accountability was conveyed to us as an issue where if there's bad behavior or discriminatory behavior, no one is ever held accountable, no one is ever disciplined, and if there is any discipline, it's so minor, it's not a deterrent. And so again, these are things that we learn and it happens over and over. On communication, there was a lot of talk about lack of transparency, lack of access to emails, information not being fairly distributed, and the environment being even more difficult in COVID-19. Pre-COVID-19, we were told in the field you can at least go to the department inside the building, see bulletins on the board, and get access to some information. During COVID-19, since everybody is working remotely, or a lot of people are working remotely, you don't even have access to the bulletins and a lot of the other information. And then field employees, you have to remember, although they may have an email, once they check in and go to work, they immediately go out to the field. So if there's communication coming to their email, they don't have access to the email, so they don't have access to a lot of information about bulletins, promotions, exams, things like that. Next slide. Again, there were a lot of comments about job classification barriers, people being qualified but not promoted. We heard stories of people of color saying, look, I know for a fact there were people in my group that were more qualified than the people who got the job. They remained on the list forever because of that culture of DWP of selecting people that they like, selecting people they prefer, and the whole point of nepotism kind of being rampant. Interview panels, boy, we heard this a lot. It was brought to our attention that a lot of people of color felt that they would do better on interview panels if there was a little bit more diversity on the interview panel. A lot of discussion about lack of diversity on the interview panel, which they thought inhibited their ability to get the job promoted and move up in the department. The inconsistent recruitment process was discussed quite a bit. Apparently, water has a recruitment process which is different from power, which is different from joint. So that seems to be an issue that came up. There's this vehicle called Article 33 that people use a lot, but apparently it's not shared broadly, and it's an opportunity to get experience in that area and meet a lot of people and get more exposure, but according to the focus findings, it's not shared quite a bit. Retaliation, a lot of talk about retaliation, and the talk about retaliation has to do with if you report incidents of bad behavior, if you report incidents of discriminatory behavior, you will be a victim of retaliation. This was brought to our attention on many occasions. So they talked about the grievance process not working, entrances to reporting, repercussions of reporting. It would often be harassment. So they gave us specific instances of harassment and or retaliation. One, you wouldn't be allowed to have any overtime work. Two, you might be assigned to jobs that are very difficult and in many cases dangerous. Three, you might be assigned to an assignment, a job assignment, 75 to maybe 100 miles from where you live. Your car might be taken away. These are real examples that were shared with us about retaliation that can happen against employees who report bad or quote-unquote discriminatory behavior, often that happens in the field. Training. A lot of talk about inconsistent training, training not available, despite the fact that you often hear people say DWP has a lot of training programs. We were told over and over by a lot of people, especially in the field, they had requested to participate in training, but the training was denied, where some of their coworkers who were different from them were given the opportunity to participate in training. So the inconsistent use of training programs is something that we heard quite a bit in our focus group discussion. And then some of the training they feel is so much more focused on safety, it's not really related or relevant to the jobs at hand. Mentorship opportunities are lacking, and the career ladder or the pathway to move up is little unclear. Next slide. So here are some specific questions we ask people in the focus group, and you'll see questions like this later on in the employee survey as well. Question number one, have you personally witnessed discrimination at LADW? Again, these are their responses. Staff, 71% said yes, that they had witnessed some form of discrimination. Supervisors, numbers even higher. 75% of supervisors said they had witnessed some form of discrimination. When you ask what form of discrimination took place, you see the boxes to the right. Race at 49%, gender 22%, age at 18%, on and on and on, and other categories. Question number two, have you been a victim of discrimination at LADWP? Well, the numbers are a little better, but still troubling. Staff said 51% of them said they had been a victim of discrimination, and supervisors said 60% of them had been a victim of some form of discrimination. And again, if you look to the right, it gives you the category. Clearly, racial discrimination is the predominant issue that they recognize. To the left, 49% said they witnessed race discrimination, and here, in terms of victims discrimination, it's 50% of the people said they had been a victim of discrimination. Next slide. Do you feel that you've been discriminated against for career advancement? Again, staff says 51% said yes. Supervisors, the number went down to 40%, but I still think that's a kind of a high, troubling number. Have you ever reported discrimination to your supervisor, union rep, or EEO? Now, this is very interesting. 70% of the people said no, who are staff. 70% of supervisors said no. And you might wonder, why would so many people be unwilling to report instances of discrimination? We were told that if you report, nothing will happen. And then two, if you do report, and they find out you reported, as I talked earlier about retaliation, you will be the victim of some form of retaliation. So the general consensus was, what's the point of reporting instances of discrimination because nothing's going to happen? Next slide. Do you feel that DWP management takes appropriate action in response to incidents of discrimination? The data says staff says 37% say yes, 53% say no, and at the supervisorial level, 50% say no. Question number 6, do you feel you can use the chain of command to report concerns about discrimination without retaliation? And without retaliation, 59% of staff said no, 65% of supervisors said no. So again, this issue of retaliation, we heard it over and over, not only in focus group discussions, you'll see it again in the employee survey. It's clearly something that is real within the department. Next slide. So now we're getting to the point of an analysis from the employee survey. So the employee survey was taken over a 2-week period starting in September 10th, 2020 through the 25th. And the survey was mailed to 7,000 employees. The response rate was 49%, which meant 3,435 people actually responded to the employee survey, which is 31% of the total workforce. It's a very substantial response. When you see polling on many issues in political campaigns, you don't see numbers that high. So 31% is a real representation. And again, the response to the survey was voluntary and anonymous. 39% of the respondents were from joint, 36% from power, 25% from water. 24% of the respondents were white or Caucasian, and 76% were people of color. Next slide. Again, more demographic in terms of responses. 66% of the respondents were male, 33% were gender, 1% was non-binary. To the left, you have the ethnic breakdown: Hispanics 29%, whites 4%, Asians at 23%, African Americans or Black at 16%. other is 6%. Next slide. Next slide is about staffing level. To the left, it says 39% of respondents classify themselves as in the professional range, 19% in clerical or office, 17% skilled staff, technicians, 11% on and on. And then to the right, we have the staffing levels broken down by ethnicity. 37% of the Caucasians are professional, 29% of the professional were African American, on and on. Next slide. LADWP should prioritize diversity and inclusion. So this is interesting, especially when you look at the numbers and compare the gaps. So when you look at the whites or Caucasians, should LADWP prioritize diversity and inclusion? When you look at strongly agree, it's 22%. When you look at agree, it's at 31%. You add those two numbers together, that's 53%. And then you look at blacks or African Americans, strongly agree that LADWP should prioritize diversity and inclusion, 68%. Agree, 24%. You add those two numbers together, you get to 92% believe that LADWP should prioritize diversity or inclusion. When you add the Latino numbers together between those that agree and strongly agree, you have 76%. The Asian community, when you look at those two numbers, you add those numbers together, it's 76%. So clearly, a large number of people, large majorities in those categories believe that LADWP should prioritize diversity and inclusion, but you see there's some real gaps there between how different groups perceive that. Next slide. Information is fairly distributed to all employees regarding promotions, training programs, and other career advancement opportunities. Again, over 59% of whites and Asians strongly agree that this information is fairly distributed, whereas 50% or less of African Americans strongly disagree that the information is not fairly distributed. In the chart, you can see to the left breaks it down by the different categories by agree, disagree, similar. Next slide. Have you personally witnessed discrimination at LADWP? Now, you might remember we asked the same questions at focus groups, and there were a lot of people who said, yes, I have witnessed that. So here, the question is, have you personally witnessed discrimination at LADWP? You look under Caucasians, 25% say yes, 75% say no. African Americans, 59% say yes, 41% say no. Latinos, 38% yes, Asians, 29%. So again, 36% of the people have experienced some form of discrimination. That number is much higher with African Americans. It's 59% who have witnessed discrimination. And that number, again, from the survey is very similar to the number we saw with the focus group discussion. Next slide. What types of discrimination have you witnessed at LADWP? And again, racial discrimination, again, is leading at 38%. Again, this number in the employee survey of over 3,400 people is very similar to what we found in the focus group discussion, called by gender discrimination, age discrimination, other sexual orientation, disability, and on. And to the right, a kind of categories of national origin. There were some people who felt physical appearance of fact of discrimination. Some people felt weight was an issue. Some people felt discrimination in the form of religion. Next slide. Do you feel you've been discriminated against for career advancement opportunities at LADWP? 21% said yes. Category for African Americans, 38% said yes. And the category of the race, there are a number of people who did not check the traditional races, but they did check that category for other races. Again, the numbers are broken down by Caucasian and all the ethnic groups, and again, there's big gaps in terms of how people in terms of discrimination as it impacts this business. Next slide. Do you think employees of different races are valued equally at LADWP? The numbers speak for themselves, and based on the category, some people view it differently, with 70% of African Americans saying different races are not valued at LADWP. Next slide. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but Nicole Clark from my team is up, and she's going to now talk about the survey analysis.
Okay, thanks, Kerman. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. So we had several open-ended questions, and what measures would you recommend LABWP put in place to prevent retaliation? There were the top 5 responses are what you see here, and third-party involvement represented 15% of those that responded to this question. They felt that DWP should hire an outside agency to handle discrimination and retaliation and independent oversight and reporting agency. There was also some recommendations on having an internal or an external audit team to check on retaliation. 12% of respondents indicated that accountability was very important, and they recommended disciplining managers and holding them accountable for abuse and discrimination and retaliation. 12% said that discipline and penalties were important. They often believe that nothing will change if managers are not disciplined for their actions. There's a zero tolerance policy, but some indicated that that zero tolerance policy is not enforced and that it needs to be enforced so that those that do report complaints feel comfortable actually reporting, and that those that are held accountable are actually made examples of. 9% of the respondents said that EEO enforcement was very important and that EEO needed to keep investigation information and complaints confidential because sometimes that information got back to the person that they were making the complaint against, and retaliation ensued and continued. So that is a problem. In addition, they talked about developing a more effective approach for submitting complaints, so that, again, goes back to that confidentiality. 6% indicated that training was very important. And again, this is similar to what you saw in the focus group, but obtaining employee feedback as part of supervisor training. They would like trainings or workshops to help change the culture of DWP, as well as an independent oversight and reporting agency to assist with training for DWP. Next slide, please. So another question was, do you have any recommendations to help LADWP move towards a diverse and racially equitable workforce at all levels? And 15% of those that responded to this question indicated that awareness and outreach was very important. They would like to ensure that, one, the community, diverse communities receive information about the opportunities at DWP as well as youth. In addition, they would like to ensure that everyone receives the same information because especially those that work in the field indicated that they don't often receive all the information such as bulletins or information about promotions. So they would like a streamlined or information to be received by all. Status quo and merit actually have been the first one, but 18% of respondents indicated they would basically either like everything to remain the same, that there's not a problem at DWP, that everyone already has opportunities, and they said that hiring should be based on merit, hiring and promotions strictly on merit, nothing to do with race, and don't provide any preferences to specific ethnic groups. 14% of the respondents indicated that training was important. They would like ongoing and specified training for all employees, in addition to training such as career development. Some of the employees indicated that favoritism and nepotism is a problem when selecting staff for training opportunities. And I'll keep going. Senior management needs to lead culture change efforts. 8% indicated that hiring and recruitment was important and that hiring panels need to be impartial and diverse. They said they often see the same individuals on hiring panels, which goes to the issue of basically many of the hiring panels being predetermined, the selection process being predetermined. And so some of the individuals indicated that it would be great to have a third party to ensure interviews are impartial and not predetermined. Lastly, 8% indicated accountability. And they would like managers and supervisors to be held accountable for violating EEO policies. And for them to be disciplined, there should be disciplinary measures for retaliation against those who report discrimination, because many of the respondents indicated that they do not see these individuals being held accountable, whether they be the managers or supervisors or those that are actually doing the retaliation. Next slide. I'd like to hand it over to Ty Washington.
Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ty Washington. I'm the EAGM for the Department of Water and Power. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the board for giving us this opportunity to speak before you this afternoon. As you've already heard, so we begin this report by first analyzing our internal personnel data, followed by having one-on-one interviews, focus groups, and a department-wide survey. So through all of this, we received many recommendations from the men and women of this department that want to see change. Many of them being long-term systemic changes that speak towards accountability. Of course, we'd certainly like to discuss and collaborate on these long-term recommendations with this board in the future. We were able to look through and identify 10 short-term recommendations that can be enacted upon right now. In the interest of time, I certainly don't want to waste the board's time going through each and every short-term recommendation, but I would like to highlight a few, if I may. On the slide, number one, creating the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, something that was definitely spoken to us throughout this entire process. I'd like to highlight number three, and this goes towards tuition reimbursement, actually, excuse me, number five, excuse me. It speaks to allow any full-time employee to receive tuition reimbursement if the educational course taken is related to any position and or classification within DWP. It's something that we've heard a lot of from a lot of individuals within the department, that because of classification where they are in the system here in DWP, they're not able to necessarily take advantage of tuition reimbursement. And they felt that this is something that would help them in regards to upward mobility. So we definitely wanted to speak on that and put that in here. Next slide, please. Great. Number seven, I would like to highlight was actually share the racial equity action plan with all employees. And this effort should be led by the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And we're going to focus also on number 8, which is establishing a comprehensive budget for all systems to sufficiently fund annual departmental recruiting efforts, specifically targeting historically Black colleges and universities, or HBCUs, as well as community colleges within the Los Angeles region. And so, finally, I kind of want to just take a moment and to thank all of my team members on this. Ms. Wendy Yancey, Stephon Tucker, Carmen Maddox, Nicole Reed, as well as Rashonda Myers. They worked extremely hard and diligently on this, and I truly appreciate all their hard work. These are difficult conversations and subject matter, and they did so with a level of high professionalism, and I wish to commend them publicly on that. I also want to take the time to thank the men and women of the Department of Water and Power for giving us this opportunity to engage and to speak with them, and more importantly, to listen as well. And so with that, I will pass it along to our General Manager and Chief Engineer, Mr. Marty Adams, in regards to the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, as well as next steps moving forward. Sir.
Marty, you're on mute.
And I might have said something brilliant by accident, so okay, sorry. Now, I wanted to echo Ty's comments that, we put together a strong team to begin this work, and I really appreciate their efforts This is a difficult subject, and it's something that we have not talked about at work and not really gotten into. And getting people to open up and be honest and to be prepared for further discussions was a big step. And in engaging the folks that we did, who really know their business, and bringing Stefan back, who knows the workplace and a lot of the issues, has really been an important first step. Obviously, the things that we learned are disturbing, to say the least. We have a lot of work to do, and we need to really, if we want the department to be the agency that it needs to be, if we want to be excellent in everything we do, then we need to make sure that we have, fairness and equity in all of our actions. And so we have a number of steps that I plan to take, and the kind of foundation would be the creation of the new Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. We have a slide for what that org chart would look like. We're in the beginning phases of recruiting for a Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer who will help lead this effort. And consistent with the things that we saw in Executive Directive 27, we're going to be focusing on the areas that have to do with workforce management, both in terms of recruiting and in terms of assisting and training our existing workforce, and making sure that opportunities are there for everyone. We're going to also work externally, both in terms of our community engagement to support the communities that we serve, and also in terms of our supplier diversity to make sure that we provide every opportunity possible for the local small businesses and women and minority-owned businesses, people who would like to business with us, expand on the programs that we have now to make ourselves more available, more accessible, and really become a partner with the citizens and the communities that we serve in terms of working and doing business with the department. Ty outlined a number of short-term measures that the group came up with, things that were common themes that came out of the work that they had done and the information that they heard. So you understand, I do not want to wait. I don't plan to wait on the formation of the new organization to get started on some of these. I think there are some the short-term measures are low-hanging fruit and things that we can start to make improvements on right away. For instance, a lot of the things that were there, if we look at the list, surrounded communications. And one of the things that happened during COVID was that with the issuance of paychecks or pay stubs, because we need to get out of handing something to every person, we actually got every department employee an email account. And so I realized how difficult it is to receive communications normally, and especially now during COVID. And so information is key. Information about opportunities, information about training, information that we would push out to employees. And so I want to leverage this platform in the near term to provide more information about jobs and openings and career paths and career development to help our employees, as well as be able to push out training opportunities as well. Another opportunity that came up as a recurring theme, as Ty mentioned, was tuition reimbursement. Tuition reimbursement has normally been for you have to be looking for a job within the kind of hierarchy of where you're working currently. But that kept a lot of people from actually getting into jobs that they could easily qualify for with the proper educational background, and people remain kind of cubbyholed. And so this week I'll be changing our tuition reimbursement program so that any department job that an education qualifies you for, doesn't matter what you're doing currently, that you'll be able to better yourself and take advantage of the program so that you can increase the number of opportunities. Interview fairness and interview diversity on panels is an issue that I recognized early on and take very seriously. Even if an interview panel is fair, if it seems unfamiliar to you and doesn't feel comfortable, it's hard to feel like you'll be able to do your best in an interview. And so we are working to create a diversity standard amongst interview panels. Because not all job classifications have great diversity in the supervisor ranks, as you saw from the tables that Stefan presented. We will be providing some additional staff who can help to really balance the interview panels to make sure that when someone's interviewing for a job or for a promotion, they feel like they're able to give their best and get a fair shake and get an equal opportunity with every other candidate. And so providing that level of fairness and transparency in our interview process is very important for how employees feel that they are valued and feel that they have an opportunity to excel and advance based on their own capabilities and not have anything that restricts them. Overall theme that we heard today was about the culture of the department. This whole last, 8 or 9 months has been so disruptive to our business as it is, and we're going to be doing a lot to get back on our feet, hopefully, in the near future, as we hope to come into some kind of normalcy out of the COVID pandemic. With that, in January, with collaboration from the board, I want to launch a culture project to really look at the culture or the various cultures we have in the department and how we look at our work, how we take on what we do, how we deal with our customers, really who we are and who we want to be. And to me, it's very critical that this issue, the issue of racial equity, gender equity, and how we regard and value our employees is critical. If we're going to make this agency all that it can be, we need to make sure that everyone is engaged 100% and valued 100%. And so these subjects will be wrapped into that culture effort. And so certainly in collaboration with the board's leadership and the top management, and then working that through and rolling it out to our employees, we want to make a concerted effort to really hone the department and really work on kind of introspection and looking at who we want to be and how we want to act, and really set us up for success in the future. So there's a lot to do in this area, a lot of work. There's details behind the results that you heard, and to me, it's a call to action. It's a call to make sure that the things that we have in place, the processes and the systems, support all of our employees and support everyone fairly. And at the same time, we want to continue to outreach in terms of both recruitment, in terms of the communities we serve, and in terms of the suppliers and vendors that provide services to us, so that we really are doing the best that we can for the city of Los Angeles and its residents, and really making sure that everyone sees this as fairness and opportunity, and an organization that we can all be very proud of as we move ahead in the years. So that's the conclusion of my report. There's a lot of details on behind plans to move ahead. Some things are still in formation. Some things are more well thought out. But this is an ongoing, continuing effort, and it will continue to gauge the team as we move this forward.
Thank you, Marty. Again, I don't have full view of my fellow commissioners. I'm going to, as a result, just go around to determine if there are those with questions. I'll start with Commissioner Berard. Did you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you very much. I noticed that all through this presentation, which was very, very thorough, and I want to personally say hello to Kermit, that there's no mention of gender equity. And here we have a board of commissioners that is historic. We're all women, and it seems to me that we should be promoting the outreach to women and recruitment to women to work for the department, and also to have opportunities for advancement, and to feel comfortable in DWP. And I don't see anything like that. And I see that there are many areas during this presentation that we could have inserted gender equity. When we talk about diversity, we talk about inclusion, but there's no mention of women being included, and the diversity of men and women working in the department. And I'd like to see what we can do to promote gender equity as a part of this program, because I think that's what's missing from this. And I appreciate Marty's comments, and I think, Marty, you did mention gender equity, and so I think that's an important part of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do want to note that the specific focus of this presentation was on the Mayor's Executive Directive 27, which was a racial equity executive directive. As you know, the Mayor also has an executive directive regarding gender equity. I know the department has previously done work in that area, but rest assured that as we move forward, to your point, the overall focus around culture and accountability will serve the interests of all employees, including and particularly women. So thank you for that call out, and I too look forward to engaging in ways that effectively promote the inclusion of women in this department, both as folks out in the field and people in professional ranks and in leadership. So thank you for that. Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Nemes-Brady, do you have a comment?
No, I just wanted to thank the group for their work on and the documentation of all of this. I think it's really hard to figure out how to solve around and for beliefs and perceptions about discrimination, and I hope all the employees and staff know that we take this seriously, and we really are trying to address it. So thank you to the group, and I continue to be eager to see the progress here.
Thank you. Commissioner Blair, do you have any question or comment regarding this report?
I really appreciate the incredible work that's been done, so serious, so thorough, and you jumped on it right away without question, so opening yourself up to sort of this review is, I'm sure, a bit of a challenge, but I really appreciate where you stand today and look forward where this ends up. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blair. Commissioner Reyes.
Thank you to the staff and consultants for your thoughtful approach to this report and recommendation. I think this is a moment of reckoning, of acknowledging the difficult conversations and decisions ahead. And thank you, Marty, for taking the lead on shaping the organization's racial equity framework. So as was mentioned, culture is powerful because it is so present and at the same time so very difficult to name or identify. So I would like to see us being able to identify and name the cultural norms and standards that we want as a first step to making room for a truly multi-cultural organization. We need courageous leadership at this moment as well. We have to set the tone for not perpetuating the harms of racism. Clearly, there is entrenched distrust and disappointment bred by the racial disparities and the perceived lack of transparency that can have a deeply harmful effect to the organization. So we have to do better and I have every faith and I support the recommendations and our movement moving forward. We just have to be mindful that we center our response on policies that directly address the disparities, policies that will ultimately benefit us all. When we understand really the power of racial equity and view it as an economic and social growth strategy, I think we can transform this organization and come out of it stronger together, right? So let's take a look at it, explore it, operate with urgency and accountability. While there is often a belief that change is hard and takes time, it has repeatedly been seen that when change is a priority and urgency is felt, change is embraced and can take place quickly. So building on that, an institutional accountability mechanism, for example, via a clear plan of action that will allow for more accountability and collectively a greater urgency, and the public will, we will be able to create that racial equity. I'm also looking, and it's not in the recommendation, but to consider implementing the racial equity tools, which will help, our managers and supervisors and help sustain our plan over time, because inequities will not disappear on their own. So tools must be used to change the policies, the programs and practices that are perpetuating these inequities, and new policies and programs must also be developed with a racial equity tool. Data is important. Thank you for really looking at the data and the recommendations. We need to measure as we move forward implementing our programs, and then really working with our community so that we also take on community capacity building. I think we need to partner with communities and other institutions to achieve meaningful results. So this will have a bigger impact on overall racial equity when engaging with communities of color in ways that also increase their capacity for self-determination. I do want to just reiterate my gratitude for this report and those recommendations. Let's look at accelerating the engagement and creating those opportunities. And thank you, Marty and staff, for bringing this report to us today.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. I would also, just as part of my final remarks relative to this item, I'd like to say or to reiterate comments made by other commissioners with respect to the both quality and thoughtfulness of the presentation. I appreciate it. I am, notwithstanding the access that I've had to it along the way, seeing it here today was really quite something. So thank you for that. Marty, I also do want to acknowledge your continued leadership in this area. I have a couple of additional observations. I recall several months back now a report given by the Ratepayer Advocate's Office that looked at areas of opportunity for improvement within the department. And in following up with the Ratepayer Advocate on their report, among the things that they shared was underneath the data that they gathered, a similar trend line related to employee concerns regarding retaliation and lack of fairness, lack of inclusion. Mind you, their report did not have a racial or equity lens. It was simply a qualitative look at the department's work place and at a certain level its workforce. They directly tie the challenges within the department around accountability and other matters to deep-seated inefficiency and lack of performance, lack of productivity on part of the department. I'm happy to let Dr. Pickle speak for himself in that regard as it relates to representing some of the findings in their report. I highlight this to underscore the pivot to a more comprehensive look and work around culture and culture management within the department. LADWP is an extraordinarily significant organization within the city of Los Angeles, the state of California, and frankly, within this nation. It must be impeccable in its management and in its maximization of its number one resource, and that is its human capital. It is imperative that we work to Commissioner Reyes's point with urgency to address matters related to both racial equity, gender equity, and overall culture, and create an overall culture of inclusion, an overall culture of accountability, one that rewards and empowers the excellence and the performance that we know our employees are capable of. So I'm excited to be part of this work and to partner with department leadership and frankly with leaders throughout the organization to make the year 2021 a year that begins the future and the next chapter of DWP's greatness. Dr. Pickle, before we move on, do you have any comments on this item?
I will say that two items highlighted in the benchmarking effort were a way of showing paths of advancement going forward. And this ties into paths of advancement as people go through their careers to supervisor, then manager positions at various levels. And it was integrating that and providing the positive culture for where careers may go. And this effort has to mesh with what's been the data that's been shown here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Marty, do you have anything else? Otherwise, we will move on.
I appreciate everyone's comments, and we're planning to have a well laid out program for the coming year. I agree this next year will be a very key year for us to mold the organization the way we'd like it to be. And so we'll be laying out the groundwork for a program that'll take us through 2021, and it'll be a process and series of continuous changes to help develop the organization for the future. So thank you very much.
I have a quick question. The org chart moved pretty quickly. Can you tell me if the EEO office will be reporting directly to your position? I couldn't tell.
The EEO office is not listed on the org chart. That showed just the new organization. So I am working to rearrange the EEO's reporting so that it's elevated in the organization. Probably reporting to myself, since we have a lot of issues about whether people think that it's effective to be able to report to EEO or not, and so we have work to do in that area. So I'll be elevating its position within the department.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that I understood what was happening there. I appreciate it. A couple of things. I am going to suggest that we take a 12:30 a break. So, and I know we typically try to, make these 5-10 minutes. They usually go 15, so why don't we just say a 15-minute break and report back at 12:45. Also, this presentation was quite significant, as was the tribute to former Board President Levine, both important items. It has, though, resulted in a board meeting that's extending a little longer than I had anticipated. So with your forbearance, I'd like to simply defer item 8B. I apologize to the Director of Real Estate for all of the work that you did to prepare this, but we'll defer that to our next meeting. And we'll come back with item 8C and then move into our, we'll come back with item 8C and then move into the remainder of our agenda. So let's gather back at 12:45. Thank you all.
Commissioner, we are ready to start the meeting.
Terrific. Susie, do you need to recall the roll, or are we good to go?
I'll recall the roll, please. Reyes?
Here.
Berard?
Present.
Neiman Brady?
Present.
Lair? McLean Hill?
Present. I'd like to call item 8C.
I'm also present.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Terrific. Good to see you.
Sorry.
So we will resume the agenda with item 8C.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Rayco Kerr, and this item is presented pursuant to a request for Commissioner Neiman Brady, and the item will be presented by Jason Hill. He is our Senior Manager of Power Planning and Development that is leading the efforts on transportation and building electrification, as well as substation engineering that will ensure our grid is ready for the future and will meet the needs of our future customers.
Thank you, Rayco.
All right, can everyone hear me?
We hear you fine, thank you.
Great. Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm happy to be given the opportunity to present to you an update on the electric transportation program here at LADWP. My plan is to present our goals, the status of EV chargers in the city, a little bit on the status of the EVs, as well as our plans moving forward. There's a lot of content in here. I'll try to be brief, but please do stop me if you would like me to stop and elaborate on anything. So if we could please move to the next slide. Okay, beginning with our goals, as you may be aware, the effort to electrify the transportation sector is heavily supported by both the state and the city of Los Angeles. As you can see on this slide, the state has issued executive directives setting the state's goals for EVs and EV chargers. This includes most recent executive directive requiring that all vehicle sales beginning 2035 be zero emissions. Now, at the city level, we have our Green New Deal and Mayor's Executive Directive 25 also setting goals for EVs and EV charging stations. Here at LADWP, we've established our goals with these state and city goals in mind. And I would just highlight the first goal in the LADWP goal box, the 10,000 commercial chargers by 2022. That is basically our primary target that we've been heavily focused on, followed by 25,000 charging stations by 2025 and 28 by 2028. Okay, next slide. Okay, to achieve these goals, LADWP uses a variety of funding sources, which include the Low Carbon Fuel Standard Program and AB 32, which is also known as the Cap and Trade Program. Both of those programs are run by the California Air Resources Board. We also have a small fraction of our funding coming from the Power Fund. But as you can see, the Low Carbon Fuel Standard Program is by far the largest portion of our funding source. And I will talk about that in the next slide. Please move to the next slide. Okay, regarding the Low Carbon Fuel Standard Program, LADWP voluntarily opted into this program years ago. We generate LCFS, Low Carbon Fuel Standard credits, by being a low carbon fuel provider to EV drivers within the city of Los Angeles. To initiate this, we provide meter data to the Air Resources Board, who then calculates the amount of credits we will receive each quarter based on data on the amount of EVs plus this meter data. We then receive these credits and we are able to sell them. And the proceeds that we receive from these credit sales can only be used for the 4 items listed here. To directly benefit current and future EV customers. Second, to educate the public and our customers on the benefits of EV transportation. Third, to provide rate options that encourage off-peak charging. And last, this is the newest element that's been added just a month ago. You may have heard in the news that there's a new statewide rebate available for $1,500 when you purchase an EV, and this is exciting because it's a point of sale rebate that's available to at registered dealerships. So you don't have to fill out additional paperwork. You don't have to wait for a check. Right at the point of sale, you get $1,500 off. Now, it does cost us 35% of our proceeds from the Low Carbon Fuel Standard program through 2022. And after that, starting 2023, we're going to have to contribute 45% of our Low Carbon Fuel Standard proceeds to fund this program. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the coming slides, I'll be sharing with you program offerings followed by where we stand in terms of EV chargers. But before that, I did want to take a moment to briefly define to you the three different types of EV chargers, which will be referred to in the future slides. First, we have the level 1 charger. These chargers come with every plug-in car, and they plug into a standard 120-volt wall outlet. But with this charger, you can recharge approximately 2 to 5 miles of range per hour. And this charger works for if you have a typical daily commute of about 40 miles and then can charge overnight. It's primarily used in residential locations where access to an outlet is available. Next is the level 2 charger. In most cases, this level 2 charger is sufficient. This type of charger provides a full charge for most all electric vehicles within 8 hours. So overnight, you should be able to recharge a fully depleted EV with a large battery. This type of charger is often installed in single-family homes, multi-residential units, workplaces, and in the public. And last is the level 3 charger, also known as the DC fast charger. This type of charger is significantly faster. The latest version of these chargers bring us closer to a gas station model, and it's rapidly evolving and still improving. These chargers are typically installed for public use or to support fleets, and they could also be an option for shared use in multi-unit dwellings. Okay, next slide, please. And now I'd like to share with you information on our rebate programs. Our program categories are primarily broken down into two categories. There's residential programs for residential customers on residential accounts and commercial programs for those of our customers that are in commercial accounts. And I'll begin here with the residential customers, what they have available to them. These customers are primarily single-family homes where customers can power their chargers with their own service. For these customers, we have our residential EV charger rebate. We've issued over 5,000 of these rebates so far. They can get $500 for the purchase of a level 2 EV charger, plus a bonus $250 if they install a dedicated meter and join our time of use rate. We also have a used EV rebate. This rebate was previously $450 just up until a year ago. But we enhanced it to $1,500 to make EVs more accessible to our customers. Just as an example from other utilities, SCE, SoCal Edison, and Pacific Gas and Electric, they offer a clean fuel reward program, which is between $800 to $1,000 for owning a new or used EV. But these programs are set to end at the end of this calendar year, so end of this month. And then lastly, the last offering that we're currently in development of is the Smart Charging Pilot. So the purpose of this is to learn more about EV driver charging behavior and to see how we could influence charging behavior to reduce peak time charging and to better utilize our assets at low peak hours. We're currently researching multiple potential vendors for this effort. Next slide. Moving on to our commercial EV charger offerings. For our commercial account customers, we have the programs listed here. Note that most EV chargers installed at multi-unit residential locations are fed from the general house meter, which is a customer meter, a commercial meter, excuse me. First, we have our commercial level 2 charger rebate. This is by far our most successful program and a key element to promoting the installation of EV chargers in multi-unit residential units. We recently revised the rebate amounts to increase the amount of rebates we can provide and to further promote installations in disadvantaged communities. As you can see here, the amount for installations in disadvantaged communities is $1,000 more than those in non-disadvantaged communities. And we determine a disadvantaged community based on Cal Enviro Screen. Okay, next we have one of our new offerings, which is the DC fast charger rebate. These chargers are much more expensive to install, and as such, we provide up to $75,000 for the purchase and installation of these charging stations. This helps to support those who don't have charging at home and also to alleviate range anxiety for those who drive long distances from home. And lastly, we have our medium heavy duty rebate. This program is aimed at converting large vehicles such as trucks and buses. These are typically requiring even higher charging levels, and our rebate offerings are adjusted to reflect that. On to the next slide, please. All right, so now I'd like to share with you where we stand with regards to EV chargers in the city of LA. As previously mentioned, LADWP has a goal of 25,000 charging stations by 2025. This goal aligns with a statewide goal, the executive order, which calls for 250,000 charging stations in the state by 2025. Now, we know we have approximately 10% of the registered vehicles in the state here in Los Angeles. So therefore, our target is to have at least 10% of the infrastructure, 10% of the charging stations of the state. So that's why the 10% of the 250,000 is where we get our target for 25,000 chargers. So as you can see in the green, now that's where we're actually at. We did have an intermediate goal, which was 10,000 charging stations by 2022. That was established about 3 years ago. Well, just over the past year and a half, we've significantly ramped up our programs, and we've exceeded this 2022 goal approximately 20 months ahead. So we've been doing quite well on that. We're very excited about this. Also, one thing to note, if you look at the slope between the 10,000 charger goal and the 25,000 charger goal, that slope is equal to about 5,000 chargers per year. That is what we're designing our programs around, to hit at least 5,000 chargers per year. And just for comparison, back in August, SoCal Edison did receive approval from the CPUC to deploy 40,000 chargers over the next 4 years. So that's on average about 10,000 charging stations per year. And here at DWP, we're aiming for 5,000. But note that we have about a third of the amount of customers that we are serving. So we believe this is an aggressive but achievable goal that we're on track for. So we're very happy with the progress on this program. Okay, on to the next slide, please. Oh, sure.
And just can you remind me, what percentage of that do you think will be owned by LADP versus private installations?
So you referring to the future goals?
Yeah.
So right now we're still learning. Really, we're learning where we're trying to determine where we want to be in the space. So it is part of our power system strategic goal to determine where we want to be in terms of like the public charging space. How much do we want to charge? Or sorry, how much we want to install? And so we're not certain yet where we want to be. We kind of want to learn from the market and see what's like most cost effective, what's going to actually get the chargers deployed equitably throughout the city, like if we need to step in to help in that regard. So so we don't have that set just yet, and we're working on establishing that goal.
Okay. When you get that, will you let me know?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, next slide, please. So here's some stats on the breakdown of the charging stations that are currently installed here in the city. So as you can see, 22% of all of the charging stations, the 10,000 plus charging stations that are installed here in the city of LA, 22% are city owned. That's DWP owned, DOT, Rec and Parks, LAPD, all the other agencies here in the city. And of that 22%, we've installed 922, which is about 9% of the total amount installed here in the city of Los Angeles. And also one thing to note is in the DC fast charging space, we've installed 22, but the majority of them have been for public use. Okay, next slide, please. So this slide shows a breakdown of public versus non-public chargers installed in the city. The non-public charging stations included are those that are installed for workplace fleet, multi-unit dwelling, and are tied to commercial accounts. So that's where we're at with regard to public and non-public. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide is showing the EV charger breakdown by location by property type. You'll notice that this is a larger sample size. We're talking about 14,000 chargers listed here. And the reason for that is we wanted a larger sample size. We got the data from our rebate applications. So this includes chargers that are installed and chargers that are in the process of being installed where we have a reservation for an EV charger rebate. So I think that the highlight here is that a large fraction of the chargers installed or being installed at the city are for multi-unit residential units, which we believe is significant since we have a large fraction of the multi-unit residential residences in the city. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this slide shows the distribution of EV chargers in disadvantaged communities versus non-disadvantaged communities. We created this so that we can track where we're at and aim for improvements. Our plan is to continue tracking this and do what we can to ensure equitable access to our customers. And just for reference, the California Air Resource Board often strives for about 35% of investment for their programs in disadvantaged communities. So, we are using that as a baseline and are aiming to strive to improve in this area. And on the next slide, we'll talk about things we're doing to help improve in regards to equity. So the first item here, I mentioned that we did increase our used EV rebate to $1,500. Also mentioned the increase to $5,000 for level 2 chargers in disadvantaged communities. We're also working with our marketing team to develop programs to increase our outreach to disadvantaged communities to identify and fill the gaps in participation. Also, earlier this year, we issued 3 community partnership grants of $50,000 each to develop and educate and outreach, to develop an education and outreach program focused in areas of low EV penetration. The goal is to educate LA DWP customers on the benefits of EV transportation, including environmental benefits, the lower cost of fuel, and overall ownership compared to gasoline, and to also let them know about the incentives we have available. Second to last bullet here, we are providing rebates to LA DOT's Blue LA program, which is a car sharing program for low-income communities. In addition to the rebates, we also established an MOU with them to provide them additional funding for education and outreach. And the last item listed here is some installations of DC fast chargers at facilities such as our customer service centers. Okay, on to the next slide, please. So here's an example of one of the customer service centers, the Crenshaw Customer Service Center Charging Plaza. This was opened back in 2018. Initially, it had 18 level 2 chargers and 2 DC fast chargers, but due to the popularity of the 2 DC fast chargers, we actually upgraded 2 of the level 2s to DC fast chargers, and that's where we're at now, 16 level 2s and 4 DC fast chargers. You can see in this picture, this was a soft launch event where Commissioners Funderburk and Commissioner Vasquez attended the soft launch. Okay, next slide, please. This is an example of some sites that we're also looking at and other facilities where we're installing chargers for public access, such as our distributing stations, as well as downstairs of this building at JFB. Next slide, please. And moving on to some sites that we're either in construction or in design for. So this beginning with the Van Nuys Customer Service Center Charging Plaza, where we plan to install 14 level 2 chargers and 4 DC fast chargers. Estimated in-service completion date is in September of 2021. And you can see on the right side, that's a recent picture of construction that's ongoing to keep this effort moving. Next slide, please. And this is a project that's in design, the Downtown LA Public Charging Plaza. And this project is going to be our first large-scale project where we're aiming for full DC fast charger installations. And the estimated in-service date for that is in Q2 of 2022. And this is on the 700 block of Los Angeles Street. Okay, next slide, please. And lastly, regarding LADWP installations, I wanted to also highlight the fleet electrification efforts because our crews are working hard to support our conversion to electric fleets. Per the Mayor's Executive Directive 25, by 2021, all new fleet sedan purchases for city agencies shall be zero emissions. Also, the LA Green New Deal requires all city fleet vehicles to be zero emissions by 2028, where technically feasible. And, you know, we are trying to electrify our medium heavy duty vehicles. You can see in the bottom right corner, that's a picture of one of our bucket trucks that's a plug-in hybrid. So that is, so we've actually purchased over 30 of those, and we do plan to purchase more over the coming years and ramp that up in support of these efforts. And next slide, please. Okay, I talked about things that we've done to install charging stations. Now I'll briefly talk about some of the efforts we're engaged in to support our partners in other city agencies, beginning with the Port of LA. So the Port of LA is in partnership with the Port of Long Beach in their Clean Air Action Plan. So they aim to convert their vehicles to zero emissions by around 2035. And in late 2018, we did establish an MOU with them to provide them $15 million of funding over a 5-year period to support their efforts to electrify the vehicles at the port, such as ships, drayage trucks, trains, harbor craft equipment that plug in while they're docked, and cargo handling equipment. Next slide, please. We're also really thrilled about the conversion of buses to electric. So LA Metro is aiming to electrify their fleet by 2030. They've begun with the Orange Line, and our new business division has worked very closely with them to streamline the process of getting those chargers, like the ones that you see in the right picture, installed to help them debut their Orange Line with electric buses, which actually debuted in July, just a few months back. So it's exciting to see that actually happen. Additionally, we are providing them with rebates over $1 million just for this line alone. Then we have LADOT, which aims to electrify their bus fleet by 2028. And currently we're working with them on establishing an MOU to provide them funding in their efforts to electrify. Next slide, please. So here's a status on where we're at now in terms of the registered plug-in EVs in the city of Los Angeles. So you can see here that at the end of the second quarter of 2020, the city of LA was at 60,560 plug-in electric vehicles, and this is out of 3 million total vehicles registered in the city of Los Angeles. It equates to a little over 2% of all the vehicles registered. Next slide, please. Yes.
Excuse me, are you just counting cars that are all all electric or hybrid?
It's a mix. It's both.
What's the majority?
I believe the majority right now is plug-in hybrid, but battery electric is ramping up.
I'm sure that you're aware that some of the dealerships say that $1,500 was not available, that they were each given a certain amount and they don't have any more.
Sorry, oh, you're talking about this new rebate?
Well, we got our car in April of 2020.
Okay, so this rebate is actually brand new. It just launched. The California Clean Fuel Rewards Program actually just launched, I believe, 2 weeks ago. So it's possible maybe the rebate or incentive you're referring to, could it be the previous state rebate, or actually it's still ongoing, of $2,000 or $2,500?
I don't know.
Okay.
The time I thought it was 1,500.
Yeah, I think this program, the new one that was just launched, I don't believe it has limits per dealership.
Okay, so maybe it's time to go back.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on to the next slide, please. All right, so the data shown on this chart is market share of new registrations in the city broken down by model type. Plug-in electric vehicles have accounted for approximately 6% of new vehicle registrations over the past couple months. One takeaway from this graph is that EV adoption is largely driven by availability of desirable models. If you focus on the orange area, that shows the new registrations of Tesla Model 3.
Did we just take a quick pause? We're having some technical difficulties.
Oh, sure.
Specifically impacting Commissioner Neiman Brady, who requested this presentation.
Sure, no problem.
Steve, Susie, can we have a quick 5-minute break while you guys get Nicole back into the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please remain silent.
Okay. And do we have a full board present?
Okay, yes, we do.
All right. Then a couple of things. I saw that Nicole dropped off pretty early, several slides back. So I appreciate it if we could just do a quick recap.
Sure.
And Susie, I assume you'll need to recall the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Neiman Brady?
Present. And I just, thank you, Cynthia. I did have the luxury of previewing with it, so if you let me know where we are, I may be okay. Just continuing wherever you paused.
Okay, terrific. We're actually at the point where we're looking at the City of LA plugins.
Okay.
Yeah, the percentage, which was remarkably low, I would just observe. So I'm sorry, you can go ahead with calling the roll.
Okay. McLean Hill?
Present.
Susanna Reyes?
Present.
Jill Berard?
Present.
Mia Lair?
Present.
5 quorum.
Now, I know that's not Louis Ting, so who is that?
Jason Hills.
Okay.
Yes, Jason, your telephone is coming up as Lewis. It's quite amusing, to say the least. Okay, if you could continue, please, Jason. Thank you.
Sure. I'll start from the beginning of this slide. So the data shown on the slide is the market share of new registrations in the city, broken down by model type. Plug-in electric vehicles have accounted for approximately 6% of new vehicle registrations over the past couple months. One takeaway from this graph is that EV adoption is largely driven by availability of vehicle models. You could see the orange area there. It shows new registrations of Tesla Model 3. That's what the orange area is. And then if you look at the chart, the shape of the curve overall, it strongly resembles the deliveries of Model 3s during that point in time. We are optimistic that new electric vehicle models will continue to be released and will help to drive adoption. There's been a lot of announcements from many major manufacturers of the many models that they plan to launch in the coming near term. So it's really exciting, and we expect that to cause more spikes like this moving forward. And of course, we want to do our part to also incentivize the actual purchase of the vehicles, and that's why we have our used EV rebate, as well as have strongly supported that California Clean Fuel Reward Program, the point-of-sale $1,500 rebate. Okay, on to the next slide, please. All right, so we talked about the cars, but I guess what I want to emphasize is where us, the utility, has the most leverage to make an impact. It's in the charging stations. And we believe we're doing well. We believe we've shown we're capable of getting chargers installed in the city. That number you see up there, 67,343 chargers, that's information we received from the CEC, and that is the number of public chargers as well as non-public but multi-use chargers. So that is essentially equivalent to our commercial chargers that we're tracking. So given that number, 67,000, and then the 10,400 chargers that we have in the city of Los Angeles, we calculate that to be 15% of the total chargers that are in the whole state, reside in the city of Los Angeles. And 15% is good because, as mentioned earlier, we have approximately 10% of the vehicles. So we should be aiming for at least 10% of the charging stations. And then a side note, you see on the right side there, PlugShare. It's a leading database for EV charging stations. So on their website, they did have a little quote there saying Los Angeles wears the crown for most charging stations in the city. or in the state by city. And we believe this was in large part due to our efforts to facilitate installations of EV charging stations. And then on to the last two slides here. So now I'll just talk about near-term and slightly longer-term plans. So we do believe we're doing well, but we're certainly not becoming complacent, and we have no intention of slowing down. We're continuing to push for more charging stations. We're working with other city agencies on MOUs to deploy more chargers throughout the city. One of the key things we need in order to get more is real estate. So working with other entities to get them to get chargers on their lots can give us the ability to improve on equity. We also have in the books right now 700 charging stations that we are either in design for or it's in construction. And also every year we anticipate our Charge Up LA rebate program will generate at least 5,000 charging station installations for each year moving forward. So that's what we're going to continue doing to keep pushing this forward. And on to the next slide, please. So in addition to our near-term plans, our strategy for future charger deployments include many components that you see here. So we are planning to continue monitoring our current status and identify gaps. We're going to gather data on the utilization of existing chargers to determine if they meet current and near-term needs and where we need to install more chargers. We're going to conduct extensive outreach. We'll gather information on where customers want charging stations, and we're going to learn from customers what we can do to improve equitable efforts. We are planning to pilot and implement new technologies to gather meaningful data on where charging stations are needed. We also want to explore load management technologies to maximize grid utilization and reduce unnecessary grid upgrades. We also plan to continue establishing key partnerships, as mentioned, with other city agencies, but also with schools, transit agencies, and other organizations. And we'll continue to facilitate the adoption of vehicles, the purchases of vehicles, because we need the vehicles in order to improve on utilization. And lastly, we as a utility, we need to ensure grid readiness. We're looking to gather as much information as possible on where charging will happen, by when and how much. We're performing modeling to better understand where upgrades are necessary, and we're ensuring integration with existing planning efforts such as our distribution resource planning efforts, as well as the LA 100 study. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. A really informative and impressive presentation. I'm just going to go around to get questions and comments. Commissioner Neiman Brady, this item was specifically requested by you. Did you have questions or comments?
You know, the team, I think, has done a really impressive job continuing with the momentum and enthusiasm around this. I'm very excited to see what's being done in the EV space. Also, I appreciate you providing this overview as you develop more goals and metrics towards EVs. Please do keep me in the loop. I expressed this yesterday, and I sincerely mean this. Let us know on the board level how we can support this work. I believe that EVs will be critical and continue to be critical to the future of LA. And I did have one question that I was trying to ask until my computer conked out, just around the port's electrification. And I think the slide said something like LA DWP was supporting with $15 million investment. I'm just curious if there is, what that will likely amount to in terms of percentage of their electrifiable assets being electrified, or perhaps the 15 million doesn't really get applied that way, but do you have a sense of how they're moving towards electrifying all of their electrifiable assets?
So the majority of the funding requests we've received under this MOU has been primarily for pilot purposes. So they're installing them to deploy new technologies to test them out and see if they want to adopt it at the larger scale. So this is only a small fraction of what they're going to need to electrify. We're just trying to give them a little jump start in terms of figuring out what they want, because I think in a way we're trying to help ourselves by helping accelerate them determining what they need. And that's what we need to know, is what they need, so we can get started on our real work. So yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know what the large scale electrification cost will be on their end. Just know that we were trying to help them figure it out.
Great to hear, and I appreciate your efforts on this. I mean, both the Port of Long Beach and the Port of LA are such significant contributors to greenhouse gas emissions that any and all progress is helping on multiple fronts. So I'm glad to hear that, and also glad to hear that the new building will have 30. The one that was approved earlier today on the consent agenda. That additional FF&E will include electric vehicle charging. So that's great to hear. Thank you for your work.
Welcome. Thank you.
Are there, Commissioner Reyes, did you have any questions or comments on this presentation?
Yeah, I just want to thank the team coming up with this big report. And we have comments on two items. One, Jason, on the battery technology right now for the EVs. Where is that at? And the reason I'm asking is because we have to think about smart use of the vehicle's battery, right? Try to see if there is a opportunity for them to be charged during the day with surplus solar power and then discharged during the evening. So the kind of approach I'm trying to get at, if there is such a plan to do that. And then my second question is on workforce development. All those charging stations that we're deploying will need some maintenance. And who are we? What is our plan to generate jobs in that sector? And are we partnering with our, community colleges who I know have some programs on EV maintenance?
Okay, regarding the battery technologies and vehicle grid integration, so we are working on a pilot. We just have a scoping package that we just created right now to actually pilot some of our own vehicles. We believe that there may be some opportunity in the space of fleets, because fleets typically park their vehicles in the afternoons when people go home, and then will turn on their air conditioning, plug in their cars at home. So fleets are a good opportunity that we are ourselves internally are looking to further explore. Now, in talks with other industry experts, I mean, there's still a little work to do in terms of the mass deployment of these technologies. There's the battery technology that needs to be able to handle the higher amount of cycles for charging and discharging. And there's also the issue of what is the demand going to be, the market demand from consumers on if they're going to want it, and that's going to be required in order for the vehicle manufacturers to want to produce this product. So there's still a lot of things being figured out. We are involved in various statewide committees to continue to develop this technology and come up with standards to allow for this, so that even the utilities can connect. But that's all I have in terms of that space, in terms of updates related to that. But we will continue to look into it. Next item is regarding workforce development. So there was something that we were looking into just before COVID. There's a training program called the EVITP, in EV infrastructure training program. So that's something we're looking into what they can offer in terms of training, for example, our own staff here, to provide additional expertise, especially as these DC fast charging technologies are further advancing. So that's internal. We did put on hold the exploration of pursuing that during COVID, but we do plan to further explore that. And it's also something that we are considering. Haven't really reached out to any of the community college yet, but we want to see if there's some way we could partner with them to provide additional expertise through programs such as EVITP, if possible. But certainly if you have additional recommendations and contacts, we'll take it, and we will reach out and try to promote training in this space as much as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Berard, any questions or comments on this item?
I just wanted to compliment Jason Hill, sitting in for Lewis, on his presentation. Very thorough, and I really, I wish I would have heard all this about 6 months ago. Bought my car, but really, congratulations. I'm very, very excited about this program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lair.
Yes, so you pointed out, thank you for the work, it's great. You pointed out in your analysis that there are, basically there's little service in certain districts that are sort of economically more challenged. And I think that will continue to be the case in the sense that electric cars are a bit of a mystery to people, and hard to sort of really understand what you buy when you buy. And I will say one thing I've mentioned, I believe, even to Marty in the past, that I had complaints from my staff because we don't have a charging station in Boyle Heights, in the area where our office is, and so I made several calls, like cold calls, before I had deep relationships, and could not figure out how to get a charging station. So I would appreciate a very straightforward, not just for a board member, but something that I could share with others. So Louis is not getting the call, I would just say that what I would hope is that there would be some kind of an information sharing with the people in residents of the Los Angeles area who find buying and owning an electric car a mysterious adventure. So that's where I will leave it, and I'm sure all these very sort of thoughtful and people in the department could probably come up with some strategies that they could report back at some point in the next few months. That's it.
Yes, we could certainly do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Did you have any comments?
No comments from me. And Jason, thank you for the nice job. Maybe you can get in touch with Commissioner Lair later on afterwards, just to see how she might be able to take advantage of the program in her own place of business for that area as well. So.
The only thing I would say a couple of. First, Jason, it was an excellent presentation. Thank you. I do just want to note that as important as we continue to move forward that we think about, as from the department standpoint, how to integrate our deep policy initiatives in ways that support one another. So to Susanna's point, it is critical that we think about workforce development as we are advancing and putting our own time, resources, and money behind a policy initiative, a critical initiative like the expansion of EV charging stations. In addition, I note that back in March, and actually before March, we had a number of comments about our rebate program. So I'll be interested in understanding where we are with that in terms of clearing up the backlog. As, again, it becomes critically important that as we think about the rollout of these efforts, that we understand the implications across the board and are positioned and staffed in a way that we can deliver as efficiently and as effectively as possible. And then to Commissioner Lair's point, you know, when we look at underserved communities, they're, you know, as long as we're looking at very expensive and very small and very exotic electric vehicles, it's difficult to imagine those at scale across Los Angeles. However, I did notice a development just the other day that Volkswagen has introduced, brought to market an electric vehicle that's a small sports utility vehicle, one that would support family and people that are living kind of a regular life. It was reviewed pretty well, frankly, and it appears as if there are more of those in the pipeline. So with those kinds of cars that are actually aimed at a market that you know, lives a different kind of lifestyle than some of the electric vehicles that are currently popular in the market, I suspect that we will see a broader distribution. But again, thank you for this report, and Commissioner Neiman Brady, thank you for staying on top of this item. So we'll
brief question.
Sure.
May I ask a brief question?
Absolutely, Dr. Pickle.
One very good and very comprehensive presentation. In 2020, Teslas were about 80% of the electric vehicles sold. But standard DC fast charger, unless it's one implemented by Tesla, doesn't allow DC charging of Teslas. Do any of our DC fast chargers allow Tesla charging?
So
at DC rates?
The Tesla owner would have to have an adapter. So there is a like a CHAdeMO adapter that they could purchase that would allow them to charge using our charging stations.
You can go a long ways looking for a $500 charging adapter. It's not cheap, and it doesn't work very well. Second question is, or no, it's a comment for the benefit of Commissioner Barad. The new $1,500 rebate, well, if you buy a 2019 car today new, you can use it, but it only applies to cars first purchased after, I believe, November 17th.
Right.
I asked.
Okay. Is that all, Dr. Pickle?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. We'll move to filed items, and I will open the floor to any questions that may be that commissioners may have about items 9A1 through 9A5, 9B1, and 9B2. Otherwise, they are filed for our information. Are there any questions?
I have one comment, if I may, on 9B2, the wildfire mitigation plan. So for the board's information, this is a required annual update of the existing mitigation plan. You saw a presentation, I believe, last December on this. We will plan to do a public presentation at the next board meeting in keeping with state requirements. But this is the official filing of our presentation of our plan to the board. There's no action required, but there is a public review required.
And thank you, Martin. And I do have one comment on 9B1, which is just to say thank you. I think this was included off of my request, and the fact that I don't have questions means that it was very thoroughly done, and I really appreciate it. And I'm also very pleased to see the kind of oversight and thought that goes into the natural gas management. So thank you.
No, you're exactly right, Commissioner Neiman Brady. It was very well done, and we will schedule the item for a public presentation moving into next year. But thank you for, it was important that it be provided as quickly as possible, so it's in a filed report. If we could then move ahead to the remaining items on our public calendar, those that have been pulled for discussion. I'm going to withdraw my request for the Golden Hills property discussion and move directly instead. So item 16, actually, since I have the only questions, can be taken up at this time. Are there any, is there a motion to approve item 16?
I'd like to withdraw item 23, please.
Okay, that's fine. So why don't we do this? Can we take a motion to approve item 16 and item 23?
So move.
Second. Susie, would you call the roll on those two items?
Commissioner Mialier? Commissioner Reyes? Yes.
We're voting approval of items 26, I'm sorry, of items 16 and items 23.
Yes, yes.
Neiman Brady?
Approved.
Reyes?
Yes.
Berard?
Yes.
McLean Hill?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Okay, that leaves us with item 20. Commissioner Reyes, would you like the presentation, or do you have questions?
I just have a few questions about this. With this expenditure, are we going to get caught up with the latest versioning? And can you provide the board with the specific timelines for the upgrade and meeting the settlement agreement mandate? If this will not allow us to catch up with the latest version, why is that so? I just want some clear explanation about that.
This is Clara Chang. I am from IT. So this will allow us to get caught up to the almost the latest version. The latest version is 2.7, and this will allow us to get caught up to 2.6, but that will allow us to be on support for the next 5 years. And as far as the upgrade timeline, we are going to restart the user acceptance testing, and the targeted go live will be end of May 2021.
And what will it help us stay competitive in terms of what features this new upgrade or this money that we're investing? What are the new features that will be added or features that will make us more efficient? Because I'm interested in the key improvements and the features that will be part of this sort of like an upgrade, the latest versioning, right, of what, 2.6?
So the upgrade path that we took is a technical upgrade, which means that we're just upgrading the framework. We're not upgrading the features. However, upgrading to version 2.6 will allow us to do the upcoming upgrades. It will allow us to better support the smart meter implementation, the water bond securitization, and other enhancements that are pending.
Yeah, so Commissioner, in response to that, so two things. First of all, the current version that we're on will no longer be supported. Mm-hmm. And in the new upgraded version, not only do we have support, but it also offers the features that we're interested in. Besides what Flora mentioned, also things such as level bill pay and other features. So as soon as we have that new system in place, then we'll be able to program. There's all these features. We have to turn on those features, be a little bit of programming associated with each one, but we'll be able to add those features and make the whole platform much more usable for us and for our customers.
And are we going to do the full mapping so that we know that, we're addressing where the gaps are between the old and new improved system? And what's the timeline for that?
Well, Flora and Louis, maybe you can talk about the testing plan, because we're doing very strenuous testing to make sure that when we go live that we don't experience the kind of issues that we had before, if that's what you're referring to. So Flora and Louis, you want to address that?
Yeah, I don't know that. Well, in addition to that, I think there's also just some real frustration that we are sitting here nearly 7 years later with this antiquated technology. So not just can we actually implement the upgrade, but once implemented, what do we get?
And as far as testing, we're doing very thorough testing. Not only we perform the testing with DWP staff, we also have this third-party independent tester that's also performing their analysis validation to make sure that we're billing correctly. And in addition to that, internal audit has also hired KPMG to do their independent verification. So we're being verified by multiple parties. And as far as the technology upgrade, we'll be on the latest supported framework. And just like what Marty said, that set us up to do the future enhancements such as level pay, smart meter integration, water bond securitization, and all of those other projects.
Yeah. I don't happen to have the list in front of me, I apologize, but there are a number of enhancements that we plan to make with the new system. And so once we have that loaded, we'll be able to really take advantage of what CCP has to offer.
I'm interested to see how this investment will add to our billing flexibility in terms of course, our customer service, right? So that then we're offering our customers the ability to take that in a more proactive way. We're talking about the level bill pay and all that stuff. So probably that is the conversation that I'd like to have with your group, Flora, so that then we can have a better handle of how these enhancements will really be able to integrate our customer and operational data and leverage our big data and analytics as well.
Definitely.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Are there any additional questions? All right, then can I get a motion for item 20?
I move to approve.
A second. Second. Call the roll, Susie.
Neiman Brady?
Aye.
Berard? Commissioner Berard? Commissioner Lair?
Aye.
McLean Hill?
Aye.
Who did I leave out?
Commissioner Berard, I think. Commissioner Reyes, did you vote?
Oh, not yet. Yeah.
Reyes, I'm sorry. So we have 4 ayes.
Perfect, thank you. Then that item is passed. We'll move to item 33, also pulled by Commissioner Reyes. Same, do you have questions or would you like a presentation?
Just a question on the overall, the multiple ITRN contracts that we have. I could recall, I think we have approved 2 major ITRN contracts and about 15 other smaller contracts throughout the years. And now we have this license renewal for the existing meters. Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Reyes. My name is Luis Terrazas, with Assistant Director over Meter Services and Field Operations. This is for software for our meter reading data along with mobile devices. It's not necessarily for the electric meters.
Right, that's what I understood. But I would just like for you to describe how this all fits right into the goal of deploying smart meters citywide, at least 250,000 by 2022. That's our goal with E25. And with these investments on ITRN equipment and software and all that, are we going to be on track?
So this is going to continue our meter reading process, so we can accurately bill our customers. This is going to continue for us to read the meters without the smart meters. The smart meters are something that we're looking towards in the future, but this is not going to make an impact on them in the near future. I mean, we're looking at possibly a few years before we implement the smart meters, where we're not going to require this type of equipment for our meter readers. So this is an interim process, interim equipment that we're going to require to continue business as is. Also, water meters, they are not going to be utilized by smart meters, so we're still going to require this field collection system information data to read our water meters along with the mobile devices as well.
So in terms of alignment, since we've talked about the upgrades to the customer information system with, that intent to connect, integrate meters, all that, and all of these investments, I just would like to see that alignment in the near future. Hopefully that those two will converge, so to speak, right? And I have a second question on the last paragraph of your cover letter. I think on, I don't know what page it is, but it has something to do with alternatives that are being considered. You stated the following. It says, upon completion of all customer billing claims, LADWP might evaluate and other meter reading technology to determine if a replacement is warranted. Could you explain that? Because it does not support our priority. What does that mean?
So to your first question, yes, we do plan on integrating the smart meters for eventually a replacement of most of the meter reading technology. Again, water meters, that's going to have to come at a later time. To your second question, we will, ITRN is the proprietor that we've used for many years. We'll have to see if there's anyone else available to provide that information for us, but we are looking at utilizing another mobile device, possibly. If it's not ITRN, we'll have to see what other vendors are available, but right now ITRN's been our sole provider for many years, and we feel confident to continue to work with them, and we'll look at a different device such as a laptop, an Android, smartphone, some kind of tablet to read meters in the future.
And are you coming up with that so that is that something that is down the road going to be part of a strategic plan for to come up to support our smart meters program?
Okay. I'm going to introduce Jeff Carvu, our director.
I can't hear him.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. Jeff Carvu, Director of Meter Service, Field Operations, and Power New Business Development. And
Jeff.
Hi, Commissioner Reyes.
Jeff, you should not be seen at all. I've got a search crew looking for you so I can bolt you to your desk so that you cannot execute your plan to leave us. You should be very careful.
Well, I don't plan on being here long. Yeah. Any rate, so, back to you, you've asked a number of questions here. And so just to be clear, with this meter project with the Itron and our smart meters, everything will be in complete alignment. Ultimately, Itron, with the changes in, we just talked about the CCB upgrade, and to better integrate our meter reading. Commissioner Reyes drop off.
I'm here. I can't hear you.
Okay. But ultimately, to your questions, everything will be seamless as far as meter reading with the Itron equipment. As we get into the build out of our smart meters, which actually you mentioned earlier about the Executive Directive 25, that's with funding and budget, that's been postponed a little bit and pushed out. So this is the reason we actually have to make sure that we move forward with this meter reading equipment and deployment to make sure that we can continue to have accurate meter reads for our billing system. I'd be glad to have a discussion to further explain it, whatever you need.
I know we've postponed it before, so we're postponing it again. Yes, we should have a deeper discussion about that, so at least we know the timeline. We're going to delay how much more might we need in order to meet that requirement.
Ultimately, this is without getting too much into the details, due to budget constraints, we've had to push this project out a number of years, and it's not aligned with what our original proposal was with ED 25.
That's correct. Well, thank you for giving me the update on that one. Thank you. My only hope is that looking at all of these contracts with Itron, that we can come up with outcomes that will help advance the technology and help us, collect the data that will be important as we move forward with automation and data management that also will, of course, benefit our customers.
And absolutely, that's all of our common goal here, to be able to grab that data, collect the data, analyze the data, to better serve both the DWP and our customers. So.
Hello.
Thanks, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? I hear none. I would like to take a motion on item 33.
I move to approve.
Is there a second? Second. Susie, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Berard? Commissioner Neiman Brady?
Yes.
Commissioner Lair?
Yes.
McLean Hill?
Yes.
Reyes? Commissioner Reyes?
Reyes, yes.
4 ayes.
Terrific. Then that item has been approved. And I think that takes us to the end of our open session. Is that correct?
Correct.
Terrific. Joe, is there something that needs to be said, or do we simply move into closed session?
Yes, at this point, we will recess into closed session, and in accordance with California Government Code Section 54957.1, we will report any final actions taken therein. For those participating in closed session, please note that there is a separate closed session call in number, so switch over to that, and with that, we will be in recess.
Thank you.
Thank you.